Commander Black, personal log 2020-01-26. Once again, here we are. In orbit of Hades, preparing for the worst.
Successful.
Okay. Well, seems like only one of my transmissions is going through. Quick shower. Alright. Let's get started. This is a bit strange. It seems like not all of my things are running, but that's okay. Oof. A hot day today. Alright. Expand the Gal Explorer X. That's going to take forever. Asteroids at Mathera, gold and magnesium. Asteroids at Talion, gold and ocean base. We're definitely doing the ocean base thing. Finish the space station, paint the planetary base, whatever. More importantly, we never did end up spawning in that Elise, so that's one thing I'm going to want to do today as well. Yep. What should we do first? Oh. Extract Promethium ore. Let's go do that. I knew of a Promethium asteroid close by, as a matter of fact. Did we find another one too? And of course, there's always the farming to do. Actually, let's start with the farming. Interesting. All right. We made some medical. Let's take care of that. Derelict ship. Medical. There we go. Looking good. Supplies. Not bad. Not bad at all. 22 decontamination thingamajobbies. Kits. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Yes. Maybe we need to make a couple more detox kits, but whatever. We'll get to it. Ida, give me some music, please. Let's start with something relaxing. I'm gonna go with... Adrift in my own thoughts. As a start. Okay. So, we'll link up the fridge. Yes. Congratulations. Lifting your game. Welcome. Zim zim zarafim. I welcome you in your traditional language. All right. So, first of all, farming. We shall start with that. medical. Food, more medical. Seems like we have too many mushrooms, so we're gonna have to take care of that. Something's wrong with my suit. Every time I close my hands or activate the drone, it clicks. It's enough to drive anyone crazy. But I am not anyone. I am Commander Black, the sole survivor of the Pegasus incident, which we shall not talk about. But wait, there's more. More food. Huh. Alright, oh, for stimulants. It's like, why do I have all of these big alien flowers? Fuzz buds. Hot beverages. And also, I think medical adrenaline shots. I might use them. Adrenaline. Why? What? Oh my, what a large farm you have here. So I was trying to set up a voice demodulator to be used, but sadly, I could not configure it in time. It's pretty cool that my mind can actually do stuff while I'm hibernating. It's a pity my body can't. C'est la vie. 'Tis the way of my species, what can I say? We don't stop thinking, but we do stop moving. I'm not sure I'm too happy about the text of the chat window there. I'll have to reconfigure you upon next boot up. Alright. All of the things are in the fridgie. First, of our 4 food processors in our everlasting quest to make more emergency rations, 48 meat we will need, but we have 2. That brings us to 46. So we make 46 meat. And that's so when I get to these guys, it'll make the salami a lot quicker. Instead of ordering the salami, it has to make the meat and then it makes the salami. But first we start with fruit juice to give the other one time to make the meat. Then we order up the meat. And finally, let us splurge in energy bars. Energy bars for everyone. No, actually energy bars mostly for me. Because there ain't nobody else here. Alright. And, of course, energy bars. Give me some energy bars. I want it. I need it. Well, I think we have enough emergency rations. Wouldn't you say? But you know what? You can never have too much. After all, they don't expire, so. And now, Requiem for a Beat. Simply because I've just been staring at it. It's every time I look over, it's there. So we got to play it. What should we take to our little adventure? Microchip? Payload. Nope. We have cooler things to fly. The Galactic Explorer X is not ready. Although, you know what? Before I do go get the Prometheum, I do want to work on it a little bit because I have had some thoughts on what to do with it. CO2 level 909. Whoa! Jetpack enabled. Alright. What is Hoplite? Hello! I should have done a much better job at parking there. Ugh. And zombie farts are the worst. Did I not say hello? I should say hello. Hello. You were on top of things today. I didn't even get a chance to welcome everybody, and you already jumped in there. Alright. Well, you get to work there on that dinner. May it be glorious. May let all who taste it revel in the nutrient wonderfulness that you have produced. Kind of reminds me of like what an anthropology report on humans. I'll have to bring it up later and read parts of it out to you guys, but ooh, and gals. And actually, let's go with entities. No, sentient entities, because you'd have to be sentient to understand. I'd say humans, but that's also speciest. I know. To all those who can understand. To all those who can comprehend. Yeah, that's better. Where is the Galactic Explorer? So I wrote a report about an analysis of different military, space military. And one shape and design kept on appearing. Uh-oh. If I can't pick it up and the inventory is full, where did it go? I knew that was going to happen. Derelict ship. First of all, let's get... Oh, we can't get... Oh, we're not linked to the fridge anymore. Okay, never mind. Data controller, there we go. And there's nothing in the fridge. Alright, let's link up with this. Good. Lights. Action. We can still use this front bit. We want to extend outwards. So let's see if we can't turn this into some form of wing. And we want it... So we're going to have to reverse this. Yes. Yes. All of these must be reversed. Well, let's put on symmetry before I forget. So we don't have to double up on the work. Excellent. Okay, good. We're all set. Now from here, we wanted to go outwards. So, you could do that. We need something sharper. Not in the direction we want exactly. How to do this? Probably be... Couldn't be like that. No, we need one of the cut corners, I think. Yeah, definitely the cut corners. Alright, so the base of this thing, just right there, should go right there. Good. Oh, I think this may actually be perfect. I feel like it needs to go more to the left, sharper. I'm pretty sure at this stage nobody has a clue of what I'm thinking of. We're gonna try and make an X across the center, but diagonal. So maybe what we're looking for is something just like this. Right? Okay, this feels right. This feels like it's what we want. We need to determine what width we're gonna use. I want a walkway in between, and I want thrusters on the front and on the back. And I also don't want it to be further out than this, which gives us a leeway of 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks. If we make it 12, that's 4 blocks there, 4 blocks in the center, and 4 blocks behind, which means that our body of our extension, or whatever it's going to be, is only going to be 4 blocks wide, which is of course enough to run a set of stairs in between. You can even have the stairs too wide. So what's that? 2, 3, and 4 with a triangle on it, or a pyramid, or whatever that piece. What is that piece called, anyways? Let's just investigate. Cut corner half A3. The CHA3, you know, commonly used in a lot of things. So 2 in the middle, there, good. Oh, it's replicating on the other side, excellent. All right, and then we'll just use the good old ramp C. Never fails, you see. Ramp C is always there for you. Cut corner E, please. Do. You'll see these pieces used together quite frequently. Okay, my issue is now if we continue along this shape, we're obviously going to make our thing smaller. But we still want to go out back. So how to achieve, well, if we keep this face, this line here going, I think is the primary, right? Is that too far? That was too far. Where are we going? Boom. All right. And then we'll just go back to the ramp C. Is that what you're saying? Is that the implication here? Can we keep this going? I think we can, actually. As a matter of fact. Okay, this is looking good. I have a good feeling about this. At the same time, I have a bad feeling and almost wish that this was a small vessel. I feel like maybe I should start my designing of vessels, gain skills in small vessels and hover vessels before you move to CVs. On the one hand, I feel like it's like Legos. You know, these are like Duplos, and then the small vessels and hover vessels are like Legos or Technics or something like that. But on the other hand, I suppose everything's just so much bigger in a CV anyways. Everything requires more. One more question to place upon this design is how far out do I want to go? I feel like the answer should be far out. Yes. Okay. That being said, I don't think I did attempt once to build a hover vessel, quite unsuccessfully. Oh no, that's too far. Where were we going with this? Ida, play me something. I'll go with operatic wobbles and drop-offs, because that's kind of my train of thought right now. Scattered and ununiform. Oh no, do not disconnect from the RLN. Let's carry on with this. A little bit of work on this thing, and sooner or later, it will be finished. Let's see. We'll just put in some stuff for now. well, yeah, I suppose this would determine how much space is in between for our whatever walkway or things. I'm gonna go with 2. So we'd want 2 here. And I suppose, no, do not change this, but return to that. I think this is that one. Cut corner E. Cut corner E indeed. So the face is like that. Ah. That's better. And then this is what we want. And this is okay, yes. So there. 1, 2. Okay, we need to push it back 1. Never mind. Do not leave the RLN, I implore you. It is vital that we remain connected. Because I don't want to waste my time trying to figure out what the rotation was again. I think we can just extrapolate. Come on. 1, 2. 1, 2. Hey, look at that. Okay. More! I need more blocks. Okay, good. I need the faces on the sides here, on the edges, to end up being... Ooh. Maybe I should have made that a 3x3 now that I think about it. Huh. It's okay. Let's take a look at the front. Oh yeah. I'm digging it. I like it. Oh yeah, let's do the same over here. 1, 2, 3. No! That's a yes. You two are no. And 2. Okay. Somehow we'll make these meet in a cool way later. For now, let's continue with our cut corner E adventure. Now that we found a pattern. Seriously? I like this one, Ida. Even though it is kind of a little bit creepy. Blocks. Quick order E again. Voila. And now... Okay. Break the task down into several parts. Master each individual part. And then... assembly line it. Ta-da! We are missing some ramps. specifically the ramp C. Wait a second, though. Does that make sense? Thinking about putting... Do I have any walkways? Are they called walkways? No. Boarding ramps. Boarding ramps. I have one. Alright. Let's check it out. I was thinking about putting a boarding ramp in between here. Need something with a width of 2. Width 2. Height 4. Just 6. Alright, that. And then I was looking at a ship design called Sky's Hope. It's a non-CPU compliant CV. Quite beautifully built on the outside, inside, texturing, thoughtfulness into the actual design and whatnot. You just use a boarding ramp here. Come on. It doesn't look... Oh, wait a second. We kind of want it to be on this side, don't we? Oh, could that operate as an entrance? Let's see. Flippity flip. There you go. Okay, good. So this when it's closed, when it's open, looks like this. When it's closed, it's just a straight block. Obviously, it'd have to be the other way around and flipped in the yellow axis, which I think is the XY axis. There we go. That looks like it actually might fit inside. And then when it's closed, it would have things sticking. It would have things sticking out. That's not going to actually help us that much. But it would be cool. Because, let's say... Alright. I'll have to illustrate it because in my mind it's way cool. You take all this stuff off, right? Ooh. My aim is terrible today. Let's see. Oh, that would look cool there. Or it would be better like that. Or like that. I think my thought was this. Yes. Okay. I see. Now, if you land a ship and park it here, you could kind of walk in here, but it's kind of pointless because, you know, it's not going to get you inside. Now, when this is closed, it kind of makes that section look kind of cool. But how many hit points does this have? Not very much. And why would we want... I suppose this could act as a walkway back into the ship, right? Wow, that actually comes right up to... And then when it's all closed... The other way to do it would be to flip that around, right? Which I can't do without taking it off. Alright, well. We'll keep this in mind. Because that looks cool. We'll try and use the boarding ramps in some way. But that's the general shape we're going to go for. We also need to do the same going that way. I'm wondering if we can just cut and paste. Can we do that? Does the drone allow it? Nope. Our drone is not sophisticated enough. Okay. We'll have to build it. But we, you know, okay. We perfected putting stuff down for this, so let's... How wide do we want this? Let me take it in a little bit more. Gimme cube, gimme cube. No. Come on. There. But not there. Why did you? Right. Cut corner E. I might consider switching these out too to give it some kind of texturing or something. We can also put guns or drills in different spots here. What's the width of one of those items? Let me go and find out. I will probably advanced constructor. Ooh, lots of power. Good. Very good. To make for capital vessel, tools and weapons. Height of 6 with 1, 8, and 6. So, is it because it's 6 out 3? Or we have them? Don't we have them? We have those somewhere in engineering storage. Yeah, okay. So, wait, no. We have rocket launchers. Oh, we have drills. We have drills too. Okay. So, I just want to take a look-see. Want to know the housings for them. How deep do they go? Okay, so you could embed drills there. Actually, embed drills on this side like that, and then also with the rocket launchers on this side. So this will be your attacking side, and that'll be your gathering side. I'm wondering if I can actually even put a cockpit. Let's return these once they came. Since we're not actually using them now. Cockpit, thank you. Okay, now. Yes, I can have it facing the other way. And then you could use whatever hangar or whatever bridge. This will be the drilling bridge, and then this will be the combat bridge. Excellent. I'm wondering if there's a way to arch these forward as they're going out. And I want to put a circular structure in this section here with a spacing of, what is an antenna? General deco or antenna? Let's see. Take a look at both. General deco has these guys. Not exactly what I'm looking for. Those things are cool, but also know what I'm looking for. I guess I should be focusing on the antenna. So, yes. What is the width of this? 1. Most of the width is 1. Yes, all of the width is 1. Okay, excellent. All right. But I want them to be close to the center here. All right. Let's get circular. Let's get circular. Do I want it to be just an inner circle thing, or do I want it to be shaped like a circle thing? Maybe an oval shaped thing. Actually this, I feel good about this one. Come on. Give me that rotation that I seek. Exactly. We need space of 1 in the middle of all of this. So we're going to go with le wall. No, le half cube. Cube half. which I suppose will not really. It'll give us a rounded square. We're gonna need more of those roundy thingies. They're called Edge Round Double A. An impressive name. Alright, and then we'll need to go out to here. Give me a half cube. Maybe I should split the blocks on my belt so I can have one shape in one slot and another shape in the other. Give that a try in a second. Okay, so here's the theory. Right? The theory is this should only have one block in the middle, right? When this is going to be part of a bigger ship, this will be like the thing you send out to murder things, the assassin, and the, this will be the little worker bee, murder bee, whatever you want to call it. And then there'll be like a hive capital ship that this connects to, and the way it'll link up is, or be guided in, is to have an antenna on the actual base, whatever, that goes through this, and you can line it up that way as a thought. I'm not sure if it'll work. This is just testing. What's the longest one we can get? Antenna 10 is an 8. Because everyone likes to exaggerate. Ooh, there's a 6x3. That's too ridiculous. 8. Oh, yes. 8's got 8. 9's got 5. 10's got 8. I think of this one. Give this one a shot. Alright. Where's the front? The other side. That way. Good. Let's just put this in here. There. So that'll be how we'll maneuver it and park it. Or link it up, as it were. And which means we can either go forward that way or go back that way. I think I want to go this way. So let's start pulling this out and forward. I'm just gonna keep on filling this in, and then I'll carve out what I want once I've created a facade. Is that the right word? Facade? And then like a face. But that, that's a face of, like a wall. Not like a face of a being. Not a being face. Mess that up. We really actually want the bottom to be there. Good. That way the other ones line up. Alright. Here we go. Oh. Come on. Come on. Come on. Ida. Give me something to focus to. Android aware. Focus. I don't know if this is focus inspiring. We're gonna find out though. Yes. We're gonna have to go and fix the other side as well. We risk disconnecting from the RLN. No, I mean not to disconnect. Gotta stay on this side. Did it not mirror the antenna? Of course not. What about going the other way? Nah. Okay. Need to build out further from here as well. You know what? I'll have to implement that plan, see if the efficiency increases. First of all, we're not going to need these for a little bit. Probably should save some more of these antennae if I happen upon them. And then let's split this. Good. So we need... I've got corner E. Right? Is that correct? No, it is incorrect. There we go. And then with this one, we'll do the other part of the puzzle. Corner half A3. Okay, good. So we want to move in this direction generally. No. Change nothing. There we go. The other thing is I have to retrain myself to use this new technique. Okay. We're about to hop off and go get some Promethium to get that off the menu there. Incorrect. Good thing about mistakes, we can correct them sometimes. Try to do it as many times as possible. Better yet, not think them at all. Well, I don't think that's possible. Looks like it's jumping out at you, which is exactly what way we want it to look. Intimidating. Similar to mistakes, it's better probably to just not have to fight it all. Wildlife. Make yourself as big as possible, and hopefully they won't test you. Which is kind of funny because if any of the factions did attempt to test me, it would be a smaller package that would be delivering their demise. Not this big thing here. Although that's kind of what we're building it for, I suppose. Alright. Don't need it to be this wide, so I do want it. I want it to go this way. So if I no, that's wait a second. Take this off. Is there a way to do it? Let me cut this off too. So, kind of like along that line there. I took off too much here, and not enough here. How to... change it here. Not quite sure what I'm looking for at this stage. I don't want it to go too far forward. So I want it to go like that. That's... yes. And somehow we're going to have to get this side to go that way as well. But it's hard to see this line, because we haven't done the edges properly. Alright. Well, I give my mind some time to figure that out subconsciously. In the meantime, let's go grab some Promethium. Turn off this green grid overlay. Great. And... we're just gonna go grab or empty a Promethium deposit, so I suppose we don't have to take the grand old hoplite. We'll probably just take the Marauder. Except I keep on getting annoyed by the fact that I have parked that in front and that in the back. We need to change that. Maybe actually... oh, they just want the Promethium ore, so they're not trying to find out the location of where we get the Promethium from. We don't have to tell them, so that's okay. I was about to say I'm gonna go on planet if they want to know where I got the Promethium from. Oh good, the power's on. Wait, stop. Is the gravity on? Probably not, because we're close to the space station, so... come on! This is why I don't like these small doors. That's alright, we're gonna be replacing this ship. And something else. What do we want to replace this with? I'd love to do the Sky's Hope, because it is a beautiful ship, as I said, that I just discovered. Or I kind of had, but only really looked at recently. Let's see. This one. The Sky's Hope. That's very, very impressive. Unfortunately, it needs a tier 4 upgrade to get to it properly, and I haven't really looked at where to put the tier 4 blocks, CPU blocks, so... what's going to be the next step up for us from the hoplite? Or... oh no, I know what we want. We want the dive. Where is it? There. This one. This is what we're aiming for. And we are very close. 3,300 neodymium, which I think we mined a crap ton of, or some of. Silicon, we also have. Copper, we might be a little bit short. Carbon substrate is rarely a problem. Wood planks, are you kidding me? 18 grow plot steel. Now they require cobalt. And of course, the biggest of hurdles and challenges, 8 large optronic bridges and 4 large optronic matrices. Matrices? Matrici. Matrices. Matrixes. Matrixes? Doesn't sound right. Matrices. Matrices. We're going to go with that. So 4 of those. That's gold. 160 gold or 180 gold, but I believe we are probably capable of either buying or making. We have 148 and currently no... Oh, wait a second. Wait. I wonder, do we need to keep the hoplite? And what tier is the hoplite? It's a tier 3. That means we could get 2 large optronic bridges. No, probably give us small optronic bridges back and no gold. Oh wait, no, we could just take the tier 3 CPUs extenders and use them to make 2 of the 4 tier CPUs we need, or tier 4 CPUs. Okay, so that means we'd only need to make a couple more. Wait, no, we could throw them. Could we throw them into the factory? I wonder if they would add the bridges and how many they would add. Oh, that'd be a costly experiment. So far, I haven't seen any wreckage that still has any form of CPU extenders. The servers and, you know, the drives go for a nice amount when trading. So those are usually the first things to go. A core, nobody cares about a core. Everybody leaves that behind. Scavengers don't need no cores. And make them with the parts of your consoles. Probably have steel growing plots. Container controller. Container controller is nameless. Yeah, it was 60 of them. That's not a problem. Okay. Actually, you know what? How many do we need? 18. Let's put them in the factory. 18. Boom. Can I pick all of these up? Yes, my drone can carry them. Great. Okay, that's fulfilled. Everything else I think is simple. These are the issues, so we're going to have to do something about those. In the meantime, let's put on general collector. See what it has to be. Alright, that'll take anything, even gold. We are going to mine. Do I have to take this whole thing? Should I just take the Marauder? I'll take the Marauder. It's got 24k. We're good. We're not going to mine that much promethium. Oh, I keep on taking the wrong door. Ida, you're failing me in terms of music and keeping me focused. Let's go with something. No, actually. The Woman Can Groove. Something to get moving to. There we go. Power up. Thrusters on. Good. Alright. Move it down. Tilt. I can see it. So now move it down a little more. Alright, I gotta use a drone for this. I see. Come on. What kind of it. There we go. And we're out. I'm going to have to move that thing. No doubt about it. Alright. Do we actually have a marker to tell us which one of these is empty and which of them is not? Asteroid Station, Promethean Deposit. I suppose this one's closer. Okay. Just so we can distinguish it with the other one. Plus asteroid, no. Promethean asteroid, okay, good. Away we go. Come on. Course correction. Excellent. Oxygen is on, good. All is in place. Closing in on this. Yes. Lovely. Three kilometers and closing. Course adjustment is required. Good. We can move on to some hip hop after. Hip hop like. Closing in here. And within visual range. I mean, we were in visual range for a long time now, so I'm just speaking for the sake of speaking. Alright, look at that blue. Have we tapped this yet? We have indeed. Whoa, it's a big hole we left. Stabilizers. Because there's one down there and then in that section. I thought I saw, yeah, there's one up here too. These might all be connected though. Alright, well, let's aim for this one first. See how close we can get. I think that's close enough. Turn off the thrusters so we don't burn. Open the drone hatch to release our drone. Come on. And... oh, come on. There we go. Good. Get me some Promethean. I'm gonna go with street sweepers. There we go. Epic drill. I have to do that mission again, get another one of these. Yeah, look at that. Already they're happy. Easily satisfied. Is that it? We don't even have to give it to him? Sweet. Well, since we're here, we might as well. Alright. Wait a second. No, I forgot to connect. Like there's any Promethean floating around. Huh. Unless it floated out the ship. Nope, doesn't seem like it. Okay. Voila. think I might have to move the ship. I'm not sure I'm within range. We'll try. Excellent. Oh! Yep. Alright, let's put the thrusters back on. I'll leave the drone hatch open, I don't care. There we go. There we go. Let's see. Excellent. All right. Drone active. And I'll take that crushed stone too. After all, you never know when you might need to make something in a pinch. Ooh, this runs deep. Yeah, not as deep as I'd hoped, but deep enough to satisfy. Actually, let's see how much we got before we speak too soon. 342 is decent. That'll probably replace what we spent on making those 200 fusion cells. Come on. But we're not done yet. We want to empty this because. Alright, this is the last section, I believe. Ooh, slow your roll. Calm thyself. Alright, slowly. Oh, too far. There we go. Oh, the drone's getting stuck. There we go, better. Up, up, slow. Alright, wings touching. That's enough. Turn off the thrusters. I really wanted to put down the drill just to turn them off. Come on. Come on. Let's see. Better? No. Surely I can spawn the drone here. Grr. You kidding me, right? Spawn it. There we go. Oops. That only took forever. I'm gonna go with ambient. No, don't grind, because that's what we're doing. Deep sick swab. All right, and have a wonderful sleep. May your hibernation be rejuvenating and regenerating. I think that's all she wrote for this asteroid. Oops. Turn thrusters on. Hey. And close the drum hatch. Alright, let's take a look around. I hereby declare you empty. Back to base. Where is base? There. 4 kilometers away. Excellent. Let's stabilize first. Good. Let's see. So, we came out with 533 Promethean ore, 1,000 monies, and friendly with the factions. But could be better because we're only 175 reputation points away from Honored, and with Honored we'll get a price cut when trading, which is good when you want to buy optronic thingies for your ship. Alright, we're almost there. I also want to, work on my sleeping quarters, my personal quarters of this base of bases. Pretty cool, the landing pad. I'm glad I kept that. I have to put some flares along it. Slowly roll. Ooh. And of course there's that parking bay there. Ah, stabilizers. I forget. I'm wondering if I can park this thing. Like this, because it would... Would it though? Would it make it easier? I feel like I'm stuck. No, no. Still moving forward, it seems. Oh, and I docked. Oh, that's not good. Okay. I'm docked. Alright. Let's transfer the goods. Well, let's instruct the drones to transfer the goods, but you know what I mean. We need to deposit that in the ATM. Good. Everything is in its place. And now we exit. I really want to move this, but not in space. And we still have to spawn the Elise. So, as I remember, Thalion and another planet were in the works to be go and explored. And then, of course, there's the Gal Explorer here. That still needs to be worked on. We need to build out the same thing on the top. And we have to contemplate where to put the turrets here. Because we're going to need thrusters. We'll probably put the thrusters on the inside. That would be better than on the outside. We'll have the turrets on the outside. And maybe accommodate landing face first somehow. Okay, and we'll have to bend this so it matches that, and figure out a way to put some stairs or something to walk up and down to be able to repair the thrusters or the turrets and whatnot. O2's at 421. Okay. Oh, the good old galley cat. Good old dependable galley cat. Alright. Enough admiration. Work a little bit on the space station here. How many... if we just do some more downgrading, we can get it down to 100%. How many steel blocks do we have? Oh, we have so many. Excellent. Let's do some work here. I'm gonna go with Scott's Beats. No, we're gonna go with Chill and Supergalactic Space Journey. Sounds good. After that, I'm looking forward to Oasis of the Ancients. I think that's new too. That is new. This one isn't. I've played this many times. Wait. We want to make these inset landing thingies, right? But we want to have a walkway in between. Should be this. And then here, on the other hand, we should some kind of funneling, I guess. Oh, I think I have... Oh no, this will work. Oh yeah, too much on this one. Hey. Good. I put some glass in here. Some heavy glass. All the way along. I think that looks thick. This should be filled in. Oh, you know what? If we extend this out even further, by 1, keep that walkway in the middle. Oh, too far. That'll work. Just where would a window onto the nebula? Okay. So that. Oh, we can even make it a walkway all the way around. That's not where I wanted that. Okay, good. So we want. Oh, you know what? You know what we could do? Let's take these off. Let's make these like so. There. And all the way across. Come on. Look onto it. Take this all the way in. No. Yes. And let's connect these as well. I suppose we could fill this in as well. Indeed. Except maybe just till here. And then on this one we can do this piece. Oh no. This piece. Goody. I don't know what I can put in this place, in this spot. Maybe we'll change this piece to something like this. There. And then, lo and behold, this will work. Great. So that's our walkway, but do we have heavy glass? We do. Okay. Wait, what I wanted to do was curve this upwards. That's not gonna work. Oh, I'll have to do the small one, I suppose. Yes. There. How do we want to do it in one complete? Or do we want to do it smaller versions of these? Ah, yeah, like that. Yeah. So we'll have something, so let's do it to here. Oh, that would go straight up, wouldn't it? Okay, what about, yes. No, kind of. We can make it work if we do using the steel, because we don't want to use too much heavy glass. Wonder how much heavy glass brings to the CPU. Could we do something like that? There. Yes. And then what? Interesting. Okay. Yeah. We can extend out and have a smaller landing pad. Something to park something small on. Yes. That looks kind of cool. Gives us a space of about 2 or 3. So it's not going to be a big vessel it's going to park here. Alright, and then inside here, we kind of want this to drop down on the inside. So, if we use... Oh, what about actually using these guys? Problem with that is I don't think there is an appropriate corner piece for it. Or is there? Oh. This is hurting my head. somehow this feels better. And that's wrong. We need it to be like that. And then over here. Like so. And can I use this piece? No. Well, I mean, I can. It'll look weird. Maybe. It's kind of interesting. What could we seal this with? Go back. No. What about something like that? Come on. Alright, there we go. Rotate. Kind of looks special. Alright, we'll leave all of these as a model for when we actually feel like doing all the work. Because I do not feel like it right now. Right now I want to do something adventurous. So, let's go inside. Get some more O2. Get some food. I had my eye on that dino stew, I will admit. We have to walk all the way around? I'd rather go direct. Yeah, walk in through engineering. Ah. Repairs are required. Good. Downgrading is required. Oh, these are already steel? It looked like combat steel. There is so much to downgrade on this. There's interior pieces as well. I could do this all day. And I would be extremely bored by the end of it. Oh my, there is so much. What to do? I should lose myself on the floor. See, that was combat steel. There's just so much of it. Never ending. Well, I mean, that's how it feels. It is certainly ending at some point in time. This vessel is, our base is not infinitely big. Oh, come on. I'm gonna have to replace that piece. Another piece of combat steel there. Now I have to replace that piece. Great. Oh. Come on. I know exactly why this keeps on happening. I target something that can be downgraded and move into one that can't be, and it does it anyways. Do some repairs there. Alright, I think that's messed up enough. What piece do we need for this? Then there was the bottom. Subtle details. Wait, no, I think I'm moving into a place that I haven't done yet. Alright, never mind. Stop it. But the steel, it must be downgraded. This is OCD at its finest. I really can't walk away from this, can I? Come on. Strength of will. Stop. Stop. Okay, good. Let's fix this. Mistakes were made. Okay, I'm almost starving. Should have downgraded that piece underneath, but what else? Alright, and finally, which piece is this? Excellent. Great. Moving on. How are we doing with production here? Wow, okay. We got a lot. We can't make more because we're missing hot beverages. Interesting. So growing those extra buds was actually a good idea. I see. Starvation has struck. I was waiting for you. Let's go up to engineering, get some O2. Excellent. Why are you on? Oh yeah, you're producing the fusion cells. How about you? Work is complete. Good. And wow, I must have been mass producing stuff. Ah yes, neodymium, sathium, etc. Very good. Let's move this into the input. In storage. Ristrium. We're rolling in it. Yeah. Resources galore. And we still have a decent amount of ore left. But the Ristrium is definitely filling up here. Probably use some more wood. Alright, let's move the Ristrium to here. I have to reorganize this now, don't I? Of course I do. Water, I guess. These actually, I'm interested in how many capacitors we have. Not so much how many motors we have. Definitely not interested in how many steel plates we have. Oh, we still have a crap ton of Ristrium ore as well. We'll have to make space for that. We'll pentaxid down here. Also interested in these. Pentaxid. Oh, wait. Did we move the pentaxid down there? Good. Wood. Oh, we have a spot for Ristrium. Oh, we just made a spot for Ristrium. Grr, pay attention. Overflowing with zirconium as well. Fantastic. The alloy can go down here. I'm less interested in that information. I am interested in that information, though. Okay. Water can go here. Very much interested in how many energy matrices we have. Wow, we got a lot of nanotubes. Flux coils, also good information. Or core, let's put those down there. Wood's just floating all over the place. 3 rows of each of these. Not the electronics, though. Computers. Computers is good. Alright, more water to be placed up there. And more ore. Oh, wait a second. Out of space, huh? Let's move the gold down here. It's a shuffling game. Okay. And then, because I thought we had more Aristrium down here. Aristrium? Aristrium. I know not. Objective cognition. Okay. Neodymium. Put the wood there for a second. Okay. So we could definitely make a lot of weapons. Or ammunition for the weapons. We could probably make weapons as well. Should have probably picked up a little bit more neodymium while we were out there. After all, there were many asteroids. Seek medical attention. ATM 321,456 deposit. 100,000. I'm rich, sort of. I think that'll buy me one optronic something or another. We need to do a little bit more work for the Polaris there. Right now, I want to go to Talion. Speaking of which, I should prepare a base for there. I have my eye on building this base on a beach planet, or an ocean planet. On a beach on an ocean planet. There we go. That's what I wanted. Interesting. Alright. So, what do we need? Only 658 stone dust. This doesn't take stone dust. Okay, let's make it now. Small constructor will be enough for that. Stone dust, output 20. So 5 is 100. So we need 50. I feel like my calculations are a little bit off, maybe? Nope. I think we're good. Okay. Now, plan. Our mission, and we have chosen to accept it, is Talion. Also, some planet beginning with an M. Where is the planet beginning with an M? Mathera. We are looking for something on Mathera. The moon? No, Mathera itself. Aristrium Platinum. Multiple anti-aircraft turrets detected. Well then, I guess we're gonna have to multiple anti-aircraft turrets detected, huh? Use extreme caution. Because we're going to have to finish building the Galactic Explorer before we go there. But in orbit, they have magnesium and gold. And that is what we're really after. That is what really matters to us right now. To warp there, 2.2 can we get from Talion to there? No, we have to take a completely different path to get to Talion. Oh, Talion's right next to Hades, though. Only 2.4 AU. A small vessel could make that jump. Interesting. I wonder, we should actually find a warp-capable small vessel to... Oh, it has gold asteroids as well. Look at that. Well then. You're looking better and better. We should invest in a small vessel that has warp capabilities to leave on the planet, just in case. You never know. I think... I'm not sure this has warp capabilities. It would seem like it. I think this might have warp capabilities. What else? That does not have warp, I am sure. Okay, Stavros. This thing. It needs 4 small electronic bridges. Why? It looks like the Gallicat, though. What is this one? Man, if you could make that one Alpha 11. I do like that ship. I think this might be warp capable. I'm not sure. Too bad it doesn't tell you more information than just what it costs to buy it. This is a terrible, terrible marketing device. Sincerely. Like, if you're gonna sell your ship, you know, or if you're gonna make a marketplace for ship construction, a factory, you should be able to see the specifications. This is very limiting. Warp capable? Yes, no. Shields? Yes, no. You know, like, these are the things that I would like to know. Alright, well, we need something. Ah, yes. This, I'm sure, is warp capable. And for 4 small optronic bridges... Wait, hold on a second. I have a version of it. Where is it? Is that it? No, what is this? Oh, this is the Condor. There. Oh, it's only 88% efficiency. It seems I added things. Or did I? Did I or did I not add things? I don't know. But it's painted. How come this one is... Oh, I think I added shields. Yeah, okay. This is probably the ship that I would want to leave out there on Talion. Warp capable, pretty sure it has shields. It has rocket launchers, and Gatling guns. So, but we need 4 small optronic bridges, which means gold, as always. You know what? Is that done? Yes, good. Let's throw these in the factory. I'll put that in the storage, and then can I carry all of this? No, I can't. But this can. There we go, factory. Put that in there. This will take a second to build, Actually, probably because I've thrown so many blocks in there. Anything I choose to build is going to take a second. So let's not... This is an hour and 8 production. The other thing that I wanted to build was the dive 1, which takes 3 hours and 49 minutes. So I think I'm going to have to focus on building this first, because it's been reduced to 1 hour and 59. Hey, War Creeper, welcome aboard. The man with the jokes arrives. Let's see. I think our only real issue here is the Uptronic bridges. So let's check the Marauder and see what we have ready for trading. Only heavy armor and mobility boosts. We need to find more things. Well, we're gonna have to check out the surface of Talion anyways. So let's go aboard the ship and move on from this. Go check out Talion. What am I connected to? The heavy glass is not actually in here. Alright, well, that's fine. You can take it. Alright. To the Hoplite. Some epic music for... Let's go with... I'm not finished yet. Up, up, and away. Parking brake off. This is the wrong driver's seat. You know what? Engineering and storage. There can be only one. Alright. Thrusters are on. Oh no, I'm leaving the RLN. Too bad. Let's lock target first. Talion. Not much. Oh, I have to fix that as well. Many things to tweak. Talion it is. $56 AU. I'm well. And yourself? Hopefully all is good. Yeah, we don't have any more pentaxid. Well, prepare for warp. No emergency rations for you, eh? Engage warp. And here we are at Talion. Stabilizers. Let's take a look around. Much is left to be discovered. Wow, look at that moon. Yes. I feel, though, less landmass. It does have breathable. Moon 2.0, I don't think that. I think the moon is... Let's take a look at the information here. So, planet seed stowaways. Huh? Whoever is unaccustomed to learn and change will be swept aside. Because the more isolated the place is, the more sooner. Okay. Well, breathable atmosphere, yes. Gravity, less than 1 point. 1, radiation 0. Excellent. What about the moon? The moon is interesting. Silicon, cobalt, magnesium, iron, promethium, and taxid. It's a snow moon. No oxygen. Gonna be crap ox. No O2 content. Wow. Gravity is a little bit over half though. Effigy. Temperatures are terrible. Not a place I'd want to live. But we're not here for the planet quite yet. Nor are we here for the moon. We are here for the asteroids. Specifically, the gold asteroids. So, it's time to float. And I think I see a glimmer over there. So, let's head that way. Turn off the stabilizers and get us some floating music. Let's go with traveling, and I'm gonna go with... Why not? Come, always move forward. There you go. Slow down. Take a look around. Keep your eyes open for gold. Ooh, what's that down there? Is it something? Is it gold? That's definitely something. Oh, it's gold. Come on now. I wonder how much we can get from this. This may be the answer to all of our production woes. Alright, that looks good. Turn the thrusters off. Or the... Yep. Can we get some gravity in here? Great. Alright, release the drone. And let's remember to link up with something this time. Not the fridge though. With container controller too. One can only hope to get 320k storage units worth of gold. Oh my. This is a joygasm. Look at this. Oh wow. I'm loving this planet. Gold in space. Oh, we may be able to make everything we need. Oh, jackpot. We may not even have to deal with any more pesky traders. Still though, honored status with the Polaris wouldn't be too bad. Just in case. Of course, I owe them no loyalty. I worked to get my reputation with them. And they are, after all, a greedy corporation. And ruthless. Evil guised as sheep. Or wolves guised as good-doing corporations. I cannot stress how happy we are to get this gold. How much have we gotten so far? Oh, yes. Look at that. 715 gold ore. Oh my gold. That's the stuff. That's what we want to see. Optronic matrices, matrici, whatevs, and bridges. 4 days. And this was but one asteroid. The possibility of finding more is definitely real. Considering especially that Madeira has gold asteroids as well. Although, of course, I can't vouch for the richness of the deposits, but this has certainly more than I could have asked for, more than I could have dreamed of. You know what? We can turn these into gold coins and... What? That's a question. Is it more profitable to turn the gold into gold coins and deposit it in the ATM to buy the bridges? Or is it more profitable to convert into ingots? Well, I mean, it's going into ingots anyways, but... and then use those to produce the bridges. What is more cost effective? We'll have to investigate that in a moment. Now, the Hololight does have constructors, so we could start producing the gold straight away, or the ingots. Ingots. Oh, basic dance floor anthem sounds good for our work here. It has a starry appeal, if you will. Ooh, out of range. All right. How much O2 do I have? I'll go out there myself. Fine, I'll do it myself. As long as we stay within range of the RLN, we'll be alright. Welcome back. Your return, has been prophesized. Ha 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 ha. He's working in the future. He was back before he even left. Should mark this empty on the map as well, just to make sure we don't waste effort coming back to it. Oh, don't lose the moves out of the RLN range. Alright, enjoy. Oh, no, don't move out of range. Am I gonna have to move the hoplite closer? Where is it? Oh, there we go. The oars rolling in. No, don't move the RLN. We're so close to finishing this. Oh, you know what? If I stay here and send out my drone, ha! There we go. That's because I'm so lazy. I don't want to move the ship. Too much work. Excellent. I believe that's all she wrote. Okay. To the hoplite. Oh, I don't like that. Alright, good. Come on. Good thing we turned on gravity. I can put the drill away now. Back break off. Alright, let's take a look around this. Make sure we didn't miss anything. Good. Alright, let's mark it as empty. Can't really... It's not appearing, it doesn't appear on the mini-map. Well, it doesn't appear on the map at the empty gold. Okay. Waypoint, mineral, accept. Okay. So that's close enough to that when we see it on the mini map, we'll know that it is, in fact, empty. Now, I suppose, how much gold did we end up getting from that? What was that message? Oh god, that's a lot of ore. Can we produce? I'm pretty sure we can. Oh yes, 5 ore. So 2 is 10 ore. That means we can make 99. So let's make 100. Boom. Alright, that should eat up all of that and leave us with that, roughly. Look at all this. Not only are we rich in credits, but we're also rich in gold now. In order to capitalize on this, though, we'll have to get back to our space station. In the meantime, let's go with Meeting of Genres. A bouncy celebration of our gold. We are going to have to actually go into the planet and do some exploring and find a suitable spot to drop our anchor base or whatever. Curious. What's that? Let us investigate. Slight detour. There's a lot of oddly shaped asteroids around here. Okay, I suppose this is nothing special. Does look odd though. Excuse me. Very odd. Never mind. We're getting a little bit too far out. 8,000 meters. Oh, we're from the moon, not from the planet itself, so let's move away from the moon. And of course, more towards the planet itself. So the empty gold deposit is over there. Let's head this way. There we go. Good. Anybody see anything? I'm not disappointed at all, even despite us not being able to see anything out here. I mean, it takes a little bit of time, but just stumbling upon that gold asteroid as soon as we came out of warp. Come on, man. That's luck. That made the whole journey here worth it. Another important question I have at this stage is the Marauder armed? And actually, as a matter of fact, is the Hoplite armed? Hoplite armed to the teeth. Marauder. Oops. Oh, look at that. Good thing the system spit me out of that. There's two of them. Speaking of needing defenses. Oh, these are Polaris, though. They have clearly identified themselves as not a threat, to me at least. Alright. This is a good sign. There's usually asteroids around these guys. They don't have a tendency to move into areas there. There's no asteroid, so looks like a mining facility. Let's slow down a little bit. Yes, there's a lot of promethium there. Not that I'm interested in it, but let's check out the other one. Looks like another mining asteroid, mining facility. Okay. Let's mark these on the map. Oh, I can't. I have to be right next to them. Alright. So, let's get closer. Oh, wait. Aren't there traders on the mining facilities? But then again, do we really need anything? I mean, we've pretty much got everything we need at this stage. Polaris. Mining. There we go. Great. No, wait, that's too many G's. Except. What else do we need? We need to mark the other one. I suppose, though, this isn't the right marker. Also, markers. We forgot to put it as a thing. Here we go. Point. Accept. We're gonna name the same one as the other one the same thing. Probably. Alright, let's head over there. Mark that one and then move on. Ooh. Careful now. Don't want to destroy the hull. Then I have to go and make repairs, and it's tedious. Just tedious. That's all I can say. Alright, as close as we can. Ooh, slowly roll. Calm thyself. And there we go. Should probably change the icon. That'll do. No, because that's kind of the home icon. I'll just put one of the, well, I'll put a flag. Let's change the other one to a flag. For consistency. Alright. So we've marked those down. Now we move to parts unknown. And oh, there's so many buttons I haven't used. Let's go with burn to a crisper bloody cell. Alright, take a look around. The drone is really so handy. So let's change directions. We're getting a little bit. Oh no, we're getting closer to the planet, aren't we? No, we're not. We're getting further from the planet. Okay. Time to change course. Alright, let's move to the current dark side of the planet. Perhaps shall be able to shed some light upon the dark side and find what we seek. amongst these floating asteroids. I see nothing. Every moment that passes with us finding nothing makes the first find of that gold asteroid even luckier. In some ways, success is simply a matter of perspective. But not all the time. I suppose, in a different way, your failures make your successes even greater or grander. After all, everyone loves the underdog. He who fails repeatedly, and then when success finally comes, is hailed. And it is so much sweeter. Not seeing anything here. Alright, might be time to move down to exploring the planet. Oh! I spoke too soon. I think this is cobalt. Wait. Is it? Yes. Oh no, it's gold again. Wow. Okay. Well. Isn't this a pleasant surprise? I don't know whether to empty this or not. I think I'm gonna have to, just because I've been struggling to get gold for so long that I feel like I must take every opportunity, like a starving creature when it first finds food after long bouts of starvation, gorging itself upon whatever it can find. For it knows there may not be food to come for a long time. So one must take advantage of every opportunity. Not the Marauder. A hoplite. Oh, we're still connected. Good. With plenty of space. Oh, it's literally making 100. And that cost us 500. Okay. So it's not a 1 to 2, it's a 5 to 1 ratio. Alright. Let's make another. Let's make 200. Yeah. Get to work. In the meantime, let's collect more. May the gold ore flow. Banjos and lazy sunsets. And I think we're going to move on to some chill. Alright, good. This looks like it goes deep. So deep I'm losing contact with my drone. It pops up on the other side, okay. Oh, gold, gold, gold. Excellent. Ah. And sense of peace. Satisfaction. Gratitude. The gold is flowing. This is beyond my wildest dreams. It took a while to get here, though. This is not the result of just stepping outside of my comfort zone. Suddenly I'm curious what we still have on Hades. Let's check the registry real quick. Hades. Mizumi. The fridge. Okay. Behringer. Alright, good. Pezzo station? Oh, okay. Rahak. Looks like a lot of wreckage around Rahak. Alright, good. Let's see. Excellent. Oh, so much gold. One has simply to dream. And then... Actually, no, I couldn't, because I couldn't even dream of finding a deposit so large. Especially considering the first deposit we ever found on Hades was tiny! We got like 11 ore out of it. That's hardly enough. That's enough for 2 ingots. 2. Just 2. Like enough for an EVA boost. Well, as this is a wealth of gold. Gold lakes of lakes I've never seen, at least. Well, considering this is the second asteroid I found, yes, I mean, I've seen the likes of it. But still, it still amazes me. And to find 2 as well, man, I thought I was lucky before. That being, you know, I mean, that being said, I do have specific criteria. By staying within 5,000 meters of the planet, where the gravity is optimal to collect asteroids. And looking around, you know, while you're flying through space. Use your drone. Well, your ship's drone, not your drone. Obviously, you need to be able to focus on controlling the ship. Oh, the gold, the gold. Tell me not of my disconnection to my drone. Simply tell me of the gold that I am collecting. Ah, so much. Joy overwhelming. Gold-tastic. I am fanatically gold. Da-da-da-da. Shush. Give me gold. Let's go with some music here. Gas beats. No, we were saying chill. With Oasis of the Ancients, we never got to hear that. Something to look forward to. We've broken through the other side. Straight on through to the other side. Suddenly I feel like listening to some rock. Oh, this is abrasive. Somewhat. Excellent. Okay, good. Let me think for a second. Wow. So we can make about... Let's make 120. Just so I can revel in one stack of ore. What else? Okay. More exploration? This is only one of the two tasks that we have to go. The other planet is Madeira. Oh wait, we should mark this on the map before we move along. These markings also help me know which direction I should go to, because I've already searched around these areas. So that's good. Alright, finally let's just make sure that we have completely... Aha! Just when you thought you were done, there's more. Is this the last of it, though? It would seem so. And it wraps all the way around, though. Okay, let's get in there closer. Whoa, too close. Can't see anything. Actually, I only need to bring the nose in. After all, I'm in the capsule. Or, you know. Lights. Oh. There we go. Lights are too far out. Alright. I thought I saw something down there on the right. Alright. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Send forth the drones with... no, breaking back into the webs. There we go. Open hoplite. Excellent. I would consider building a base in one of these asteroids if I didn't already have a whole bunch of other huge projects. But that's what you do. If you want to keep on living, you have to set goals and follow them through. That you may live to see your dreams become a reality. After all, what is life without purpose? I suppose it's the question of what is the purpose of life? Oops. Okay, I think that's it. I think we've officially emptied this asteroid. Can't drive with the drill in your hand. Okay, and we've marked it, so we're free to move along. So there's been found stuff down there, over there, and behind there. We've not found anything there. I mean, come on, I was looking in my inventory, or in the ship's storage, and the system kicked me out just in time to see that asteroid. That is a stroke of luck, if I don't say so myself. Can we keep this streak going? Hmm. 3,800 meters. We're still within range. Still within that gravity belt. We just need to keep our eyes peeled. Pay attention and see what we can find. I'm actually okay if we don't find any more gold. You know what? If I'm okay if we're not finding any more gold, and also we don't need the cobalt, why should we float around more? I suppose there might be other things, though. Yes, we're starting to get out of range. Let's adjust our course. To go down there. Good. This looks like a direction we haven't gone. Always have to stretch. The captain's seat is it's quite snug. Not seeing anything. Though I'm curious about that right there. Then we need to turn to the right, because there's also a potential thing I saw in that general direction. And now we'll go with objective cognition, which I think I've played already, but it's okay. Ain't nothing wrong with listening to the same thing more than once, as As long as it's not repeated over and over and over and over, especially if it's against your will, drilling its way into your mind, embedding and ingraining itself into your very structure. We grow too far from the planet. Course adjustment is required. Very good. What else is there to see out here? Ooh. Something Polaris. But what? Polyalloy synthesis factory, huh? Wait. Should mark it. Good. Let you serve as a marker of places we've already searched. Alright. Where to move to now? Let's take a look around. And breathe. Sadly, I see nothing. It would seem this is the direction we should be headed in. Because there isn't anything there yet. Good. Alright. We'll take a look around. See if we can see anything. Wait a second. Is that something over there? Can't really tell. It's just the sun glistening against something, or it's an actual asteroid. We should drop down to the planet and take a look. And I don't really, not really concerned about finding anything up here, so let's go with motion to the beat. Okay. We should also be looking at the surface of the planet to find a good place to land. But that being said, we should probably be looking in the atmosphere, try and get close to some kind of mineral deposit. Also, pretty sure that that habitat needs grow plots. So, and we didn't grab any from the space station. Alright, let's make landfall. This little island. Wait a second. Might be more fuel efficient to go down with the Marauder. Okay, let's stay here. Alright, while we're gone, let's throw the shields on and the defenses, just in case. Good. Good thing we're still in space. Because otherwise I don't know how I would get in there. I should fuel up on my O2 first. Is there an O2 station down here? There is. How is that gold coming along? Where's cargo 2? Nice. Is it still making it? No, it's done. 93. Okay. Are the thrusters on in here? No, I don't need the controls for my suit. I need to power on the ship. There we go. Yep, thrusters are on. Good. Hey, cool. It's probably the wrong way to park this thing, but it will. Let's see if we can't just reverse it out. Nope, apparently not. What's stopping us? I don't think it's the Yellow Panther. Can I look? It is the Yellow Panther. Okay. Tilt. Back. It's a terrible view. Basically nothing really has changed with my whole strategy of getting out of here. Maybe I should take the Hoplite down to the planet just so I can move the Yellow Panther further back. Actually, yes, let's do that. I'll just park on the roof for now. And also we can spawn the Elise while we're down there. Oh, but we won't have a base to put it in because we want to build. Alright. Nope, let's just go exploring. We'll leave the ship here and we'll go and explore. That's okay, I'm okay. Shields are on. Plenty of fuel. Weapons. We are ready for an adventure. Let's go with, well, Warble the friendly robot. As we enter orbit and begin our exploration. Alright, we level up. Stabilizers. Looks like a nice little spot to land, too. I don't know if the hoplite would fit there, though, but... let us head towards the signal. Now I'm confused. I gotta go south and north. Let's go south first. Lots of signals over here. Ooh, is that something? Or is it just trees? Is there actually something down here, or? Ooh, silicon deposit, nice. Promethium deposit. Very small, huh? So a silicon deposit and a promethium deposit on this little landmass in water. You have your own little swimming pool, if you will, right there. Okay, this is promising. Let's continue our exploration. Weird. Wait. There's something under the water? Wow. Look at the size of that thruster. Nice. Oh god. It's like Pteropod Serenterol here. What should I expect, though? I mean, it is an ocean planet. Just a little bit of pteropod hunting. Must be some kind of colony nearby. Alright. This broken engine looks amazing. be ready just in case there are any other out there. You know I'm gonna go after that milk. Ooh, lower gravity here. Alright, now this thing is... Small move for the Marauder. Long walk for me. What is... I think that's... copper? Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure if we actually have that much copper. Great. Take it. Take the milk. And the meat, but mostly the milk. Is that more copper? Suddenly I'm going back to basics. Nope, just stone. Yeah, disappointing, but oh well. There's something less. Let's go with... Actually... Vampire Underground? Oh, Break in the Clouds. No. Walk on the Moon again? Yes. Alright. Pretty sure we can probably carry this. You know what? We have a drone hatch. Let's not stand out in Turulipod territory. Just asking to be, This is going to make my exploring slower, though, if I take this with me. We do have a crap ton of thrusters. On the other hand, I do want to... disappear on the map. Doesn't seem to be a... Okay. Yep, I think we need to take care of this now. Thrusters off. Thrusters off. Drone hatch open. Drones away. Let's see how far down this goes. Before anything else, probably want to grab the thruster. Is that an RCS? Yes. Nice. Yeah, that's a big thruster. Okay. Let's drop a core on this. No fuel. What devices does it have? Wow. 2 thrusters and an RCS. Okay. Hook up with the Marauder. Should milk in the fridge. That's an XL. I think that'll give us a total of 6. Nice. Alright, so where was the RCS? I think it was back down at the bottom. Here. Whoa. Where's the thruster, though? Oops. Oh, it's still down get it? Yes, I did. Good. We don't really need rest. So, since we've gotten everything, what? Oh, trees. What is that next to the trees, though? I don't know. Everything we need is... Everything we possibly get from this is taken. Oh, there's a drone base here. Alright. Let's grab the core then. Might as well pick up some of the debris. It's just weighing me down. It's just going to slow me down. Alright. And... close the door so it stops flashing. Thrusters. And adventure. Are you serious? I can't take off anymore? No. Really? Wait, let me just check and make sure that I put the thrusters on. I did. Thrusters are on. Performance mode is on. Let me see. Are absolutely all the thrusters on? They are. Wow. I don't think I can take off with this thruster. Here. How much does it weigh? Oh, only like 400 tons. That's definitely the piece that's going to be slowing us down. Okay. What if I sacrifice everything except for that thruster? Wait a second. I gotta set it up. So what if I sacrifice this and the RCS and the 7 blocks I picked up for absolutely no reason, even sacrificing these plates to the greater glory of this super lift-a-bee. Good. Can I take off now? Can I boost takeoff? Come on. Thrusters at 100%. Oh, we dropped straight back down. Oh well. I guess we're just gonna have to say goodbye to the big thruster. What a shame. This is why I should have brought the capital vessel down. I would have ended up having to explore with the capital vessel, though. That's the problem. Alright, we may have to invest in a small vessel that can carry more weight. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, stabilizers are off, that's why. Alright, what's over here to the west? And also, what's playing now? I'm gonna go with Come Rescue Me. I do like this one, which I believe I've stated in the past. Alright, one moment. Stabilize. Apply a little bit of thrust here. Okay, there we go. What is this? Wait. Seriously, the ship can't... If I tilt forward, I will continue to go forward. It can't stabilize. But it looks like...
like we're over something. Whoa. Gonna have to leave the thrusters on, which is a little bit of a problem. But I want to know what's down there. Medical device. Strange. Another medical device. Oh wow. Pterodopod's just sitting there staring at me. Like it ain't no big thing. I'm gonna dig out underneath it. Just to annoy it. Uh-oh, I think it's after me now. You can't touch me. I'm gonna dig a hole so deep that this pterodopod can't get out. I suppose there's no need to be cruel. Alright, so that's kind of a smuggler's thing. I'm not really that bothered by it, or what's in it, so... Oh, it left the drone hatch on. Or open. It also didn't register as... us finding it. Or is it? I can only get so deep. What about if we apply a lot of speed? Maximum thrust. There we go. Discovered. Ah, ah, ah. Where to go? Northeast. Very good. Into the sun. Sunrise, sunset. We're moving towards the sunset. Refreshing and moist. I have new buttons. I don't know what they do. Ooh, landmass. I'm gonna leave the new buttons alone. I don't want to break anything yet. Let's go with, everything from here. Ambient. Dance. Shovel through the night. As we head towards the unknown. What's that white dot? Oh, the thruster. Let's get rid of that. Excuse me, it says something south though. It says something's west though. It says something south though. What's going on here? Another underwater something, I can see it. Huh? What's that weirdness? Something really weird under there. What is this? Oh, it's an antenna. Just because the light, the way the sunlight was hitting it is freaking me out. For a second there, I thought it was a turret. It's another one of these barges. Okay. I don't think there's really anything of interest on these things, other than cargo boxes. Although, let's figure out, let's take a look at what's in one of these cargo boxes. Alright. Crap. Okay. Don't smugglers usually hide things, though? Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything there. Alright, never mind. Wait, has this registered that we found it? I don't think so. Still... There we go. Good. Just ram my nose into it. That'll fix everything. Shall we continue northeast? Excellent. Okay, that's not better. There you go, that's better. Alright, I'm not seeing anything. Oh, something worldly. Let's go for cruising for booty. So that's kind of what we're doing. Minimap says, go east. My ass. More east. North and east. That is a beautiful little cul-de-sac kind of thing. What's that thing standing down there? That's weird. Oh, Xerox territory. Well then. Oh, we now know they're here. Alright. Hopefully no patrols will start firing at us or anything. But the shields are on. Looks like there's something down there. Maybe defense point? Looks like it might be. Yep. Pull back. South. What's south? Huh. Hmm? Is this underwater again? See pteropods. North, south. Oop. Or east. South. Whoa, pull up. Where is this thing? East, south, east, west. Problem is I don't know which of these signals is the actual signal I'm looking for. Alright. Can I see anything? Not really. Oh wait. What's that? Ah, darn it, I can't get to it. Let's go. Maximum speed. Okay, I see nothing. Where is it? I know I'm feeling hungry, I don't really care. At this stage, I wanted to find whatever it is that's down there. Where is it? Where is it? Darn it. Only north now. North and south. I'm not seeing anything. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to use a drone to find it. Let's go with Sense of Mystery. Oops. Learn to fly. Down we go. I'm sure I saw something. There it is. It's another one of these smuggler things. Oh, this one has a bunch of ammo on it. Okay. I think that was a little bit over here. Yes. Okay. See what it's got. This thing is either really armed or was moving. Weapons and goods. Any other storage? No, not really. Okay. I want these, but I don't want to throw a core down. It's just, it seems like a waste. We can make those anyways. Good. Alright. So that's a bunch of stuff. Excellent. Now, where is the ship? Over there. Let's close this hatch. See if we can't hit this. Come on. Almost. Recognize it, darn it. maximum speed. There we go, got it. Excellent. So that'll get it off the radar at least. Let's increase altitude. And move on. There is much left to explore. 2 more to the east, 1 to the north. I'm beginning to wonder if it was worth. And then south. What is this weirdness? Is this another underwater one? South and east. I'm confused now. Oh wait, where's that's over there. Turn it. I have 34 minutes left of fuel, although we're carrying a considerable amount, so nah, no biggie. Talon territory, you say, huh? Well then. I don't really see anything down there, though. Whoa, what's that? That's something. Yes, silicon deposit. What is that big tower? A lookout. Interesting shape and design. Let's take a look. Oh, look at that. Tower. Nice design. Throw some turrets on top of that, huh? Wow, we are surrounded by stuff in almost every direction. Let's follow a circular search pattern. And we'll expand outwards. Also, let's go with Groovy Hubris. Iron deposit. There's a lot around. Alright. We have a little bit of thrust here. Let me grab something. Better. Okay. Silicon. No, that's no good. Ooh, what is that? So there's 2 things around there. 3 things. I think that thing's gonna fire on us. Oh wow, there's so many things. I'm not sure my shields can take a fly through. We're losing reputation. Alright. Satium deposit. I'm slow. Drones. Huh, it's weird. Oh wow. Okay. Shields are going down very quickly. Need to increase altitude. Oh wow. Okay. Strange. They're not registering. registering at all. Pull up, 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 pull up. Oh, this is painful. Come on. Move. Almost lost shields there. Why is it not identifying them? I mean, the shrine has come up, but... See, there's only 2 things at drone base, even though there's more there. It's like their territory extends even further. Alright, let's head north. It's a pity the Celtic fighter can't really house a shield or support it, because that would be a good flyby. If I tried to fly by now without shields. Yeah. Pieces, that's what I would be in. Why is the detector on this so bad? A restroom. Talon territory. They're squished together on this planet. While we're here, let me just take this moment to gobble down some emergency rations before I die of starvation. Very good. Oh, there's another tower. Oh, there's something else down there too, the outpost, okay. Oh wow, big market. I don't think our rotation is good enough with the Talon to actually trade with them. Are there drones flying around here? Why are there drones here? Do the Talon employ drones? Strange. Are they moving through or are they protecting? It doesn't look like it's moving to protect. Looks like it's moving to fire on me. Who owns this drone? Yourself. Oh, it's a Xerax drone, okay. Oh, must be harassing the Talon. Well, none of my business. Although I probably could get a job from the board of directors to take out their drones, but I don't really want to start any hostilities with the Xerax quite yet. Let there be peace amongst our people. Well, their people and me. What was that? Silicon? I missed. Yep, silicon. Okay. But it's on Talon territory, so unless we're friendly, we can't really mine it. Something, 2 things to the north. What does the north hold for me? 20 minutes of fuel left. Oh, looks like there's something there. Are we in Xerax or are we just in Talon territory? Is that a Xerax building? Oh, that looks like some kind of fortress. Another drone factory. How many are there on this planet? There's something to the east. Southeast. Let us explore. So far we found a very small promethium deposit next to a silicon deposit that might be a place for our home away from home, our resort location, if you will. But I want to know more about this planet before I move in. You know, you gotta know your neighborhood. You can't just go and move in. You just check it out, scope it out, see what's there, what's not. Who's good, who's bad. Does it seem safe? Because 2 drone factories doesn't seem safe to me. Ooh, we've passed whatever it is we were looking for. Is it in the water? Seems like a lot of smugglers got shot down around here. So, you know. Don't smuggle on Talion, apparently, is the, well, at least if you're gonna smuggle on Talion, don't use a barge. Yes, Talon territory. Southwest. 4 different things to check out. But and yet, I'm not registering any of them. Some of them become northeast, too. What's going on? Is there a bunch of stuff underwater? Might need a submarine for this planet. I don't think the factory produces them, though. Well, I can't see anything underwater. I could spend a long time searching all of this. It's not something I feel like I want to do right now. Let's stick to the surface and see what we can see. Let's go with the streets of Mumbai. Funny how it matches with the terrain we're currently in. Although, I've never personally been to Earth. I've heard stories though. Curious what that is. Is that pentaxid? What is that? What is that stuff? Promethium. Okay, how do I get it? Drill? Yep, drill. Well, that's interesting. What's this? Just a rock. Okay. Strange formations on this planet. It's not the promethium stone I'm used to seeing. Good. There's more over there. I'm not really that fussed. We found a couple of asteroids for promethium, so we're good on that. I was just curious, because they do stand out. All good. Northwest. That landlet, maybe? Let's move towards it. really seeing anything here. Let's go. Celtic Grove, Celtic Morning. No. Nebula, Gladiator Desert. Des. Let's move to that. Kind of the same theme genre. I thought scavenging and searching for asteroids was a bit mundane, huh? Okay, readjust here. There we go, better. Xerax, eh? Looks like there's something over there. Let's take a look. Shields are full. So we should be okay for a good quick flyby. I'm not really quick in this thing. I need something faster. Oh, it's a defense. Wait. There's also stuff over here, maybe? Ruins. Looks like a defense point again. Yep. Wow, the moon looks like another planet. There's stuff all over the place, I just can't see it. Silicon deposit, yes. Alright, what's north? Make sure we look out for that Epsilon defense. Make sure it doesn't shoot us out of the sky. Or leave us stranded on this planet here. Oh wait, now it's east. Make up your mind. Where is it? Oh, east, north, east, north, east. What? I am so close to the ground right now. How can I not see it? This is so confusing. What is going on? Northeast, 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 northeast. Northeast. North. Okay. Is it that Epsilon defense? It is. Level 6. Well then, you know what? I'm also coming to the conclusion that we may need to move the Yellow Panther from these. No, actually, the Yellow Panther can go over water, so I guess we don't really have to worry about that. The other thing we have to worry about is Xerax, because we're out of their territory now. Carry on. And let's go with something. Peaceful? No. Samurai Patrol. Good. Three things, huh?
move. Surely they're on this island. Only 14 minutes of fuel left, though. We gotta watch that. More Xerax. Okay, I see something to the left. Strangely very blue. Defense, okay. Tobacco. Holy crap. What's that thing? That looks menacing. Oh wait, there's another defense there. Level 10. And a recon array. A relay. Alright, and I see a drone over there as well. Alright, let's move to the west. And away from all of these deadly things. We'll still have to get back into space too, so I gotta watch my fuel. Although that being said, we are carrying fusion cells with us. And we did pick up some promethium, so... I suppose... Wait a second. An important question would be, does this have a constructor in it? Because all of that information is useless without one. Yes, it does. So technically we could make fuel packs if we needed to. Good. It's good when your ship can make its own fuel. Ah. More buildings. More Xerax buildings. I gotta admit, this is not the best ship for exploring unknown structure. What is that? Is that thing floating? Is that a floating thing? That looks like a floating thing. Alright, I'd really like to take out this alien structure, so let's do that. That's not the entrance. Neither is that. Here we go. Gonna have to take out this stuff as well. This is the peak of laziness. That's right. That's why I have 14,530 15mm bullets for just this type of occasion. And the patience to burn through all of this. I don't want to get any kind of diseases or anything. Oh wait, no. The core's right there. You could do it. There you go. Boom. Boom goes the core. Alright, let's try and make this the shortest distance possible. Just in case we need to skedaddle quickly. That should be alright. Weapons at the ready. Alright. Nice. Sell that for a pretty penny. Arustrium. Now this would normally of course be a wonderful find, but we are drowning in this right now, so not that enthused. And I think we could probably make these Still, though, happy times. I'll take it all, thanks. Undoubtedly, there's a fuel tank and generator in there somewhere, too, but seeing as how we're in Xerox territory, I'm not inclined to stick around. Alright, now it's time to investigate that floating thing. What is the floating thing? It looks pretty cool. Looks like a cool floating thing. Okay, something defense. That's gonna shoot at us. But what's the floating thing? Heist Patrol Headquarters. I don't know what that means. I do know the word patrol, though, and that means that there's a ship somewhere on this planet floating around. And it belongs to the Xerox, apparently. Bioweapons Lab. Suddenly it strikes me as the Xerox are not exactly engaging in ethical warfare. I don't know if they have any treaties that govern the treatment of prisoners, but I don't think they treat them well. Somehow I just get the feeling when I find a bioweapons lab. It's not a biolab, it's a bioweapons lab. Still stuff to the northwest. What is it? Oh, a promethium deposit. Medium, too. And a small copper deposit. Well, I think it's time to move on. Let's get us some moving on music. Something Gots beat. Sidechain Bob. This is the moving on music. See you guys later. So patrol, you say, huh? Means a large, heavily armed vessel flying around at all times. My question becomes, what happens if I destroy their headquarters? Does the patrol stop? Do they deploy another one? How much damage would I have to deal in order to discourage them enough from patrolling this planet? Because I really want my summer house. And patrols and drones? I think those things are going to stand in my way. What is this? And will it shoot at me? It is a shrine, and it will probably shoot at me. There's stuff all over the place. I just can't see it. We need a better exploring ship. Alright. Maybe something faster with less cargo. Let's head back into orbit. Maximum thrust. Come on. Maximum thrust. There we go. We have discovered many things upon this planet. Most of them Xerox. Huh. Alright. Slow your roll. The ship is somewhere over there. So, let's head in the A direction. That we may dock once again with the Hoplite and commence our further adventures. Where is it? I wonder how far it is. At least 2,000 meters because it's off. And we're at an angle. It's probably about 4 or 5 meters. Let's go with all of the time. disengage the stabilizers. Conserve fuel. I don't really need to, but it's a good habit to have. Conservation. Preservation. Leads to longer life. Greater wealth. Better health, perhaps? I don't know if any of that is quantifiable. You know, at this time we should be looking around as well. Are there any asteroids for us to take advantage of? Wait a second, I feel like we're going off target now. There we go, that's better. There we go, there it is. I see home. And we still haven't looked at the options that have opened up since we reached Talion. Stabilizers on. Maybe we should have taken the Celtic. Wondering if reversing in might be a better idea. First of all, line it up. It's close. There we go. Should be able to see now better. Oh. There we go. Excellent. Before I disembark, let's turn off the shields. And move the stuff from the fridge. Good. Our loot. And then we need to fuel up the ship. Excellent. Oxygen. Close enough. All right. Ida? Music, please. Something chill. Something... Nobody's fool tonight. No weapons inside. I think we can safely turn off the shields and turrets. Alright, so we've explored the planet a little bit, we've explored the outside a little bit, and now we need to make a move. From Talion, it would seem a new option to go to Droom is available. What's on Droom? Alien gravities 9.3.93. Oh, look at the radiation, 11.7. Breathable O2. You think I'm gonna walk around without my helmet on with a radiation rating of 11.7 rads? Are you kidding? I'm keeping my helmet on and doubling up my suit. Alright. Neodymium asteroid's not that, you know. Our question is, can we, from there, get to Mathera? No, we cannot get to Mathera. So, if we go back to Hades, Pezzo Station to Alamust to Mathera, or Hades to Rahak. No, that's too far. This has become the postman's puzzle. What is the most efficient way to get there? Well, there's more to efficiency than just shortest route. Along the way, what could we get? Asteroids, cobalt, nothing. And I'm pretty sure we have found several wreckages here at Pezzo Epsilon. At least 2 that we left our cores in. I don't know if there was more but they got destroyed, but that's what I see now. Alright. Alamest. No asteroids. And Mathera has magnesium and gold. Actually, I think magnesium is the only thing that we're truly lacking. There's magnesium at Ara. Hurrah for Ara! But that's, again, just as difficult to get to, or, you know, tedious to get to as Mathera. Magnesium. Galatrix. Galatrix has magnesium. On the planet, it has gold and magnesium. Swamp. Less than 1 G of gravity, breathable continent. Protected from radiation. That sounds like a place to explore. Well, first things first. Let's head back to Hades. Alright. Acquiring target. Target acquired. Disengage stabilizers. Line ship. Prepare for warp. Warp engaged. And we're back at Hades. Welcome. Let's see, where is the space station? 10 kilometers that away. Stabilizers. First. Oh, we're really low on fuel. Let's see. Probably gonna eat these easily, that's what I thought. There we go, good. Alright. Line up the target and disengage the stabilizers. Can I get a line here? Almost. That'll do. Alright. For your traveling pleasure. Postmortem cosmonaut. No, don't change direction. Keep going. There we go. Alright. 60 seconds. Line it up with the door. Alright, good. That's good. Perhaps better. Yes, the shadow is on the hatch. Okay. Do I need to leave this thing on? Not really. Let's move the stuff from the fridge. Ooh, raking up that Terrellipod milk. What more could you ask for? Now, input. Alright. We have to make space for all this gold. Really low on copper, though. Oddly. Alright. Kind of running out of space in here. Yeah.
Because there's just so much more stone. There's no space left to put this stuff. Alright. Gotta get the advanced constructor. Oh. Turn it on. Alright. It should clear out a little bit of the water. Not enough yet. Anywho. That's done, so now we can just turn this thing off. I don't vent that. Whoa. I forgot. That disables the gravity as well. Alright then. Jetpack away. Ha. Open the door. Ambient with ancient whisperings. Welcome home. Which side is the good side? This side. We should paint it. Let's do that right now. Lights to catch your attention. Bright lights. Pointing inwards. Corners. Brighter lights? No. Maybe these things. That's... Okay. What about some symbols? That makes me want to change that texture to something else. Self-contained. Maybe that. What would it look like on this? What about that? There we go. But let's not make them. Maybe. Well, that's certainly bright. Get your attention. Okay. I see the farm is fully functional. We're in the middle of something though. Input. There we go, good. Hopolite. Control 2. Great. Hello. Armory. Wait. So we got 2 spares. These are already set up for stuff. It's too bad I can't color them. One's space, one's not. Okay. These are all space. What's this one? Radiation protection. Jetpack EVA. So this one's just move around. Okay. Input. Put the computers in there. And engineering. 5 pulse lasers. I could replace... Well, actually, now that I have the Aristrium and stuff, I should replace the Gatling guns with the pulse lasers. Stuff. Yes, I have stuff. I have lots of stuff. Let's go with Deep Thoughts of the Jungle. Stuff the stuff. Large generator. Tier 2 generator. We should have another tier 2 generator somewhere. It's too bad. I am everywhere. Let's see if I can find it. I just played it recently. I'm Everywhere Remastered. It will be next. This is Deep Thoughts of the Jungle. Double yay. Okay. All good. Hook up with fridge. And let's collect. May the emergency rations flow. I don't really think that our farm needs to grow anymore. I am content with the amount of food this is generating, and medical supplies as well, although we haven't really needed that many yet. Lots of mushrooms. Might replace and grow some more Brigalian Brigalian flowers. Oh. It's a party now. Alright, well, that's hydroponics. Oh. I always find myself farming fist bump. My own little space jungle with a wonderful view. Like, seriously. I am on top of Hades. Well, there's no really top or bottom in space, I suppose, is there? I'm going to be moving on to cooking. And now, by special request, I Am Everywhere Remastered.
harvest is complete. One second. Now we make 2048 minus 7 is 41. There we go. And we have neglected to make medical supplies. So let's double up. Not into radiation. Chaotic. Now radiation. Couple of adrenaline. And bandages. Trauma kits. Since we can't make the other ones. Alright, good. That has started. And now fruit juice, salami, and energy bars. Everything a growing emergency ration needs. Hot beverages, salami, and energy bars. And the final product, emergency rations. Which we currently have 355, I think. That's gonna last a while. There's no doubt about that. Excellent. We will be, well, nourished. I don't know about well fed. We should explore the concept of pizzas and hamburgers. We can make pizza. And pizza and dino stew. Speaking of dino stew, I'm looking at you. Okay, well, Technoaxe makes his music available for all content creators. Well, for everybody, pretty much. It's like, here, take it. Please use it. And we appreciate it. Why is the advanced constructor on? We can make everything. With this much gold. The sky's the limit. Alright. Let's see. Motorbike. Yeah, you can make a motorbike. But what I'm more interested in is these small optronic bridges. You don't need gold for that, though. Small optronic bridges. Well, actually, large ones. I think we need 8 of these. Well, we need 4 of either of them. So let's see if we can make 4 of them. We've got the Aristrium. We've got the power coils. What does it take to make power coils? Everything. Power coils. Aristrium and Zirconium. We've got plenty of Aristrium, and we're not too bad off when it comes to the Zirconium. So we should be able to manufacture these. The only problem is they take forever. Right? So let's check the blueprint again and see what exactly do we need. So we don't overmake one of them. We are looking for the dive. Where is the dive? There it is. We're needing 8 optronic bridges, or we are in need of 8 optronic bridges and 4 large optronic bridges. So bridges are the one that we would need 4 more of. And they look like these. So let's make 4 more of
those. So that should give us everything that we need for that vessel. The other vessel that we were considering making, now that we can make whatever we like pretty much, is the Inheritor, which needs 4 small optronic bridges. So let's queue those up, because those also will take forever. Wondering if it might be worth bumping it up to a tier 4 though. Or maybe, I think it has a constructor in it, or maybe, I think it has 2 constructors, I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that. We need 4 of these. Whoa, not 10, 4. Okay. Hopefully, we can make all of those. In the meantime, this has been prepared for the Yellow Panther. More artillery shells, which kind of maxes out the armor, the ammo box. So that thing is armed to the brim and hopefully full of power. Let's move these into the hoplite, and then let's ensure that everything is fueled and oxygenated up and tax it. Okay, so we're gonna bead some refined pentaxid. Can the small constructor make refined pentaxid? Plastic? No, it cannot. While we're doing this, we should lyrics in sonar. Alright, so 500 I think is 100. Yes, because it takes up 1 storage unit, 5 storage units for each one. Alright, well let's make 100. Let's make 200. Also, let's make some elemental pentaxid. But, 20. Alright, good. Get to work. Everything's buzzing. How's our power supply? Where consumption is less than our production. Okay. The battery's at 100%, so that's not a problem. We have generators, but they're not on. Because we don't need them. Our solar production is. Current output, yeah, it's shaky, but I don't think we have anything to worry about. Might refill the oxygen though. Wow. Wondering if I should make some of those bottles. Oh, we have no fuel in this storage, although there's not much space left. Oh, we got a lot of water, which is excellent. But we might have to make more storage for that. See, it's not about how much capacity your storage has, or how much it can carry in terms of volume, because there's a limit to the number of physical things you can put in there, right? And that's where these small cargo boxes come in handy to give you that space you need for stuff that doesn't necessarily have to take up as much weight or whatever. Although this stuff could probably be moved somewhere. Well, you know what? Now that we have this much gold, I mean, I don't see any reason why we couldn't just upgrade this base to tier 4, right? We have the capacity. It's a tier 3 currently. The best way to do it, obviously, would be to take out the CPU that are in there and then put in the 4s, but it would take too long to swap them out, so we'll have to build the tier 4s. And this is going to an output grid, so base, power coils, extenders. How much are we spending? Not a lot so far. Okay, so we would need 4 of these. 2, 3, 4. And, well, do it. I mean, might need some more advanced constructors. Not quite fast enough for me. We have more space over here. Can this do? Can you even do anything? This could make, this is gonna make the tier 2 extenders. I see. Can't make any optronic bridges either. Very well then. Can it make fusion cells? You can't even make fusion cells? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Alright. Very well then. I wonder how much these are worth. Oh, they're worth 50 credits. So if you convert 100 of your gold ingots. Oh wait, no, but it outputs 5. Okay. So if you go 20, that'll give you 100 of them, which will be 500. No, 5,000 credits. 20 for 5,000 credits. That's 500 for 1 credit. Is that right? Doesn't seem like it's worth it. But you need 15 ingots, which would be what? I don't know, some number. Not equal to the 200,000 that the salesman wants. So it's definitely more efficient to just find the gold and build the optronic bridges, depending on how much armor you find or sellable things. Okay. Well, I will keep that in mind in the future. We are building awesome stuff. Let's go back upstairs and check out what else was on the menu. I think Methera was another place we wanted to go and explore, but that was mostly for the magnesium with the possibility of gold. Now it would be simply B for the magnesium. But we also need copper, I'm finding. Alumalai has the gold. Ah, delicious. Methera, magnesium. That's all I can see right now. I'm blinded by Methera and magnesium. So, that's an empty floor. We don't really need to bother downgrading anymore either. Although consistency would be fantastic. I'm connected to the fridge. Let's forget this right now, because it will be all consuming in a few moments. Let's go with lose yourself on the floor. We are going down. Possibilities here. Potential people. 865 on oxygen. Let's take a look at this. What can we use here? Maybe this. Okay. So I think that's kind of the line I'm looking for, right? Then it would just be a matter of finding a piece that works here. Or a series of pieces. And then we have to replicate that in every direction. Okay. Wait a second, though. We need to work on the other side as well. Well, we have to wait for the stuff to output for all the other things that we want. We might as well invest a little bit of time into this. The YZ axis, forever known as the green mesh. Now, also must connect with container controller. Guide me, O container controller, with thy contents, that I may build the vessel of my dreams. May my multi-tool always hit its target. Very good. Alright, now. Well, actually, kind of need to... Alright, first of all, let's repaint this. Because it'll paint both sides. And also, let's paint all sides. And we'll go with this. And that color. So we'll make this, which is the central line. Right? Good. And then the side ones. All right. Okay. That way, when we go to the other side to take off the extra stuff, so we don't mess it up. Which I just did. Oh well. We fixed it, we fixed it. All of this. Curiously. So as this is going forward. No, do not disconnect from the RLN. I can't carry all these blocks. And neither can my drone. The RLN is a requirement of this operation. Get rid of that too. Is there more on the other side? Yes, there is. I'm going to leave that for now because I'm still thinking about that. But over to you. Now, how to... The key is in this, I think. Which piece fits the criteria? Maybe something like that. Come on. I don't see this working the way I want it to. Because it's basically what it's doing over there. And I need these two lines to connect. What if I did something thinner? Like that. That doesn't really lend itself to that either. Interesting. Is there a way to do it? What piece could I possibly use? Maybe this piece. Not really. I might need to set it up sooner. Instead of having this, we have something else, perhaps. I'm not sure how to get this to work the way I want it to. I'm wondering if we have to expand it further in order for it to make sense. Let's try that. Even though it's kind of undoing what we did. Why are you here? Alright. This kind of did that in a way that doesn't make sense though. Let's remedy that situation. Okay, that brings it along the line. This one here. Here. On this side. We just use the same... Oh, nice. How wonderful. Although when we paint it, it's not going to look the way I thought it, or I think it will. But that's okay. Alright, so... I feel like this is one too many. And we need one down here. Alright. So that kind of mirror the shape we want. Kind of mirrors. Can we... What happens if we put this here? Doesn't really... It does preserve the line, doesn't it? Not really. Okay. Something to focus to, Ida. Maybe... A Pan's Journey. wonder though. I think in a different way. Here. Still no. Okay, let's take this out as well. And the other side. Wondering if I might leave that middle one actually. No. So I have to have this come up in a matching stance. Oh, it's disconnected from the RLN. I'm pretty sure. Yep. It did warn me. Wondering if we need to move this closer to the ship though. So looks like it's got maybe one more block. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's good enough. It might be too much, but we'll have to see. Wonder what would happen if I just laid M thrusters all the way through here. Right? Let's do it for argument's sake. It's going to be a pain to pick them back up, but we've got so many of them, it doesn't matter. Okay, so actually you have the option of having them go like that. No, actually that's blocked, isn't it? Well, not yet. Or having them go like that. So both possibilities exist. I use this obviously. So if I want to use this one, I would probably want to use it closer up here. Right. And maybe we leave that spot. I was about to say, maybe we leave that spot for a weapon, but actually, I wonder. Now that I think about it, could also probably do that there, right? And have then some turning ones here. Okay. These are all... This is a crazy amount of thrusters. So, it's one here and one here. And then this guy. Like Oh no, actually. Huh? It's supposed to be here. And then... How was this one? It's over by one, that's why. Oh no, this is subject to change. It's all subject to change. Many, many times, if you may have observed. Alright, so... This is gonna be... just... kind of stupid, actually. And crazy. Where did I put the extra thruster? It would have to be on this side. Oh, okay. None of them replicated on that side because I haven't fixed it. Darn it. And also, I've disconnected from the RLN. Darn it. Are these enough thrusters to actually move this thing? Probably not. Does it even have a generator? Absolutely not. Well then. And then the other question is where do we put the turrets? Maybe on the side of this? It's still going outwards, though we want to go backwards. Kind of, a little bit. Do we need it to? Certainly want to replicate this on the other side. On the inside of this. And also, we need places for guns. Gun placements. That's what we need. So we put the rocket launchers here. In between the thrusters. And we still have to replicate this up there. And it really won't have a way to land other than on its face. And also, are we going to have space? I mean, this is enough space to carry the Yellow Panther. That's not a problem. But we are going to have to put a shield generator in here. So we got to think about that. And I want to have a walkway down to repair all these thrusters. If need be. We'll need interior kind of padding around them as well. Just to make sure you don't get fried every time you walk by. Although, whenever you do engage in thruster repairs, it's always recommended that you follow proper lockout procedures. I can tell you. Because you can lose appendages, limbs, tentacles, you know, lots of appendages have been lost during many construction and repair operations. So make sure you remember safety first. Alright. Yeah. We're gonna leave this for later inspiration. Now, let's look at doing a little bit more on the base as well, while I check on the constructors. Let's see. Have you completed the construction of my wonderful things? How many did that take, by the way? 12 of our mammoth thrusters. We can gather more. Oh, we could probably make more. T1 generators. T2, we do have RCSs as well. Then we have to decide where we're going to put down a repair base for the ships and whatnot. Because that's a thing. A lot of advanced constructors. Advanced constructors. Many. We also have a lot of food processors. I'm not sure we need this many food processors. I also don't really think it matters that we have them in storage. Doors. Doors are good. I like doors. They keep things out, they keep things in. Doors. Highly recommended. Fuel tanks. Just trying to gather all these generators. Okay. This storage. We have no storage boxes in here. Oh, we do. Oh. Armor lockers. We also have an abundance of those. Wouldn't be a bad idea to spread them out, though. Are these the same? CV. Yes, they are. This is for a base. These are for a base as well. This is for a CV. HV. These are base ore. CV. That's CV only. Good. And that's SV. This is CV. So I suppose we could do that. There we go. Warp. Put that down here. I'll put the pentaxid tank next to it. Huh. Shields. Good. Lots of goodies here. Where is that? That. Robots can go down there. Trying to get the deco together. I'm not really seeing a place where we can get them to mesh. Also trying to keep the lights together. Ventilators. Probably go next to O2. Fridges with the food processors. I suppose we can use these small generators up here. Get this deco down there. Alright, good. Wait, that's general deco as well. And antennas. Well, go. Organized. Kind of. That storage box is a placeholder. We have everything we need to build the ship except for expertise, skill, and maybe creativity, you know. But other than that, we can do it. So also let's consider investing in the dive. Biofuel, really? Yeah, I don't know. I guess you fill those little gaps every once in a while. Where is the output of the large advanced construct? Oh my! To the great disappointment of Rao, there is only 3 of complete construction. This is gonna be a long wait. Alright. In the spirit of that, let us go back to our hangar-like bases. And try and see if we can't do more on these. Hook up with the... You know what? Do we have a Wi-Fi? Equipment. Wireless connection. Where is it? There are you. There. Actually pretty close. That's pretty good. I don't know. A long time? Are you using... I don't know. One finger, if you have fingers. I don't know. I suppose the answer should be I don't know. I do not know. That is the correct answer. Alright, there we go. Hooked up with that. And let's get to construction. This was our prototype over here. And now, let's go with Don't Chill. Breaking back into the woods. No. I'm not finished yet. I think I played it already, but I don't care. Alright. We're gonna need some cubes for this. 1 block. But then this just fades into the... So, alright. Why did the chicken cross the road? The possible answers to that question are endless, but please indulge me with one of yours. Let me see. Not sure I'm down with this idea. To hunt somebody down. Well, I think there was a statistic that chickens are one of the most aggressive animals. You know, there is a lot of fighting. Knock knock. Well, who is there? The chicken. I call upon Chi-Chi to defend me. You have fallen into my trap. I play my Chi-Chi card. If you're asking what a Chi-Chi is, it's maquette. Not good against possums, but can definitely take on a chicken. Come on in. Chi-Chi's ready. Now I don't know whether to ask who it is or not. Oxygen's at 525. Good. So that's not a... This is kind of what we want. Let's go with it for now. Let's change the corner. A broken pencil. A broken pencil. Who? Well, it's only pointless because the chicken has been here. What is hairy brown and goes up and down? Hairy brown and goes up and down. A desert golem. No? Not a desert golem? Of course. An earth fruit. Oh, there's a piece for this. There's a piece for this. It's this piece. It was meant to be. Good. Alright. What else do we have in the chill section? No, maybe grind. Night of the Vampire. 2 walls arrange a date. I'll meet you at the corner. Haha. Is this how you wage your war, Mr. Creeper? Through humor. I will slay you with my wit. Disorienting. Simply because I can see the hangar door and it gives me orientation. Otherwise, I suppose it wouldn't matter. People eat more bananas than monkeys. People shouldn't eat monkeys. Good. I'm happy to hear that. I think monkey brain was a delicacy. I'm wondering if... Oh, you know what? Let's try these guys. These guys. I saw some wonderful work done with them recently. I was on that Skyhope ship. I think he or she, I think the designer, put something like this on the back and then put one of these on top of it. What you do when the phone rings and you get a private caller. Answer. Alright, let's actually flip them. Don't answer that. Pick up for ranks, lieutenant and higher only. Haha. Well, I'm not in the military, so. There we go. You are... You gotta go, sorry. There. Alright. It's kinda cool. Looks Gundam-ish. Alright, let's replicate this. We have to paint first. It's painting the whole... It's painting the whole thing, isn't it? Is that right? Let's do the corners as well. Just in case, you never know. Although I can't really see a piece fitting in there. Oops. A paint's too far. Yeah, so we'll do that here too. How much longer is the Amazons compared to the Nile? I do not know. How much longer is the Amazons compared to the Nile? War Creeper, do inform us. 4 letters. Indeed. And now I'm actually curious, lengthwise, when comparing the rivers. What's the difference? Knowledge comes in. Strange. I don't think this. Let's try this. Can't really see what it's going to look like. What's red and flies through the air? A Xerox drone? I don't know. What is red and flies through the air? Should we do this? A tomato in a helicopter. What about a tomato thrown from a helicopter? Now here's the dilemma. This corner... Yeah, I suppose we could do something like that. Right. That's one option. Let's use this option for the corners over here. They are testing a new revolutionary blender but they're getting mixed results. Now, this edge, something different. Oh, actually, we can. No, that look weird. What would it look like? Yeah, that's not what we're looking for. Maybe this would kind of work. What is it blending without a carrot? Hungry. Haha. Number of correct answers, 2. This quiz is fun. Ah, maybe this? No. Not that. Not sure there's an answer to this quiz. Maybe we can try this. Yes, there we go. I like the looks of that. Excellent. Now let's grab some hardened glass. Or heavy glass. Go. And put it in here. Maybe we'll have... Do we have any armored doors? And we'll need the stairs as well. Automatic doors. Pretty sure I might have sent some of them in engineering. There. Armored automatic doors. That's what I'm looking for. Ghost in the ski up. Let's go with something that looks sturdy. So now I feel like changing this, and these 2 pieces. First of all, let's go with this. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I? Speak with my mouth and hear without ears. I do not know the answer to that question. An echo. Speak without a mouth, hear without ears. I have no body but come alive with the wind. No, well, it's... We need the other one. There we go. Then we need something here. Yay. 888. It'll have to be... You measure my life in hours, and I serve you by expiring. I am quick when I'm thin, and slow when I'm fat. The wind is my enemy, what am I? You measure my life in hours, and I serve you by expiring. I am quick when I'm thin, and slow when I'm fat. The wind is my enemy. That's an interesting one. Measure my life in hours. Expiring. Quick when I'm thin, slow when I'm fat. The wind is my enemy. Okay. I do not know. I am failing at these riddles. That's not really gonna work. A candle. Yes, indeed. I'm quick when I'm thin, slow when I'm fat. I serve you by expiring. And you do measure my life in hours. Excellent. This, perhaps, will serve the purpose we seek. Alright, good. What is seen in the middle of March and April, and can't be seen in the beginning or the end of either month. The R. The R. The R. That's my answer. Alright, so this is one S. Letter R. I am 1 for 3. Our inset landing pad. We should paint the ground appropriately. Let's go with smooth and dark. For the inside. And we'll need textures. So, or symbols. To highlight the landing location. Maybe put some hazard stuff around. There we go. Whoops. Alright, good. And this one. Alright. Inside we'll go for the double lines. Actually, we'll go for double single on the outside. You see a boat filled with people. It has not sunk, but when you look again, you don't see a single person on the boat. Why? You see a boat filled with people. It has not sunk. But when you look again, you don't see a single person on the boat. It's capsized? We'll use these guys for the inside. All the people were married. go. Maybe some flair. Oh, let's use this one. Okay. That's kind of really overpainted, but I like it. And now we need maybe either this one. Let's take a look. Bright white. There you go. Alright, good. Oh, wow. That's very long. What word in English language does not follow? Does the following? The first two letters signify a male. The first 3 letters signify a female. First 4 letters signify a great. Well, the entire word signifies a woman. What is the word? Yeah. Not so sure about that one. Maybe, yes, I like it. The heroine. Male, yes, he. Her, yes. First 4, great hero. And the entire word signifies a great woman. Hero, heroine, yes. Hero. Pity it was a bit too long though. What about... No, that doesn't look good. Perhaps. Whoa, too bright. What about without the light? Is it still too bright? Kind of. Alright, let's try something else. Maybe something more subtle. What English word has 3 consecutive double letters? Or, Is that right? What about over here? Actually, it looks better like that. And if we put something in the center, a bookkeeper. Ah, yes. Oh, yeah. Double O, double K, double E. Assuming it's spelled correctly. But I have no reason to doubt. That's a bit strange. What would this look like? That's interesting, but not what we're looking for. Perhaps... Yes, that will do. That will do nicely. Can we... Oh, we can actually... Alright, can I do this? Great. A woman shoots her husband, then holds him underwater for 5 minutes. Next, she hangs him right after they enjoy a lovely dinner. Explain. Woman shoots her husband, then holds him underwater for 5 minutes. Then she hangs him. She's married to a shirt? No. Right after they enjoy a lovely dinner. What is she married to Superman? What would look good across this? Oh, that turned out nicely. She shot a picture of him and then developed it in a dark room. Ooh. Technically, it's misleading because she didn't hold him underwater, but his image. It could be stretched. We do need to... Oh, dying of starvation. Run that right through my suit. And painted the wrong thing. Alright, let's get that back to what it was. Whoops. And then I painted the wrong thing again. Oh, this is really not working out. Let's see. I came from a mine and get surrounded by woods. By wood always. Everyone uses me. What am I? A knife? Let's see. No, that's blinding. We want the inside one. There we go, good. Now, I correct this. I'm considering going dark. Pencil lead. Ah. A better answer. Let's try this. No, not really. Pretty sure this is not going to work out either. Maybe. Not really. So 1 out of 25. Yeah, I think my score is terrible. I stopped keeping count because of that. Maybe this. Yes. Actually, that works. To change the color scheme a little bit. I have cities but no houses. I have mountains but no trees. I have water but no fish. What am I? I have cities but no houses. I have mountains but no trees. I have water but no fish. Okay, I cannot think of an answer for that one. I am 1 for 26. What has cities but no houses, mountains but no trees, and water but no fish? A map. Ah, yes. The representation. What should we put on the top here? How would this look in the corners with you? Actually, it looks really good. Nice. Okay, now 1 out of 25. Ah, yes. I'm glad you're here to keep track. Oops. Alright, and also these corners here. Oh, there's no one there. Come on. Excellent. Looking slick. We need to work on a color scheme though. What is greater than God, more evil than the devil? But the poor have it, the rich need it, and if you eat it, you'll die. Well, I'm sure those who believe in God would disagree that anything is greater than him. But wait, I think that's the point. Nothing. Nothing is greater than God, more evil than the devil. The poor have nothing and the rich need nothing. If you eat nothing, you will die. Hey, 2 out of 26. Still considered a failure. But that's okay. I don't have to excel at everything. Nor would I want to. Would make for a very boring existence. This is true. The classics live on. Let's see. Ah, music. Space dock party, since we're building a space dock. Okay, colors. Let's focus on colors. Stick with shades of gray. Darker for these lighter areas. Perhaps something softer for this corner. Who makes it has no need of it. Who buys it has no use for it. Who uses it can neither see nor feel it. What is it? Who uses it can neither see nor feel it. What is it? Hard by comparison to the 24 that I did not answer. Well then, it would seem I probably have little hope. Should I even try? What makes it has no need of it. Who buys it has no use for it. Who uses it can neither see it nor feel it. What is it? I do not know. You may provide the answer. Ooh, a coffin. Surely a coffin maker would not need it, hopefully. Anytime soon. Who buys it has no use for it because they're buying it for somebody else. And the person who uses it can neither see nor feel it because they have passed. Yes. And a coffin is hard. Generally. What else? I think this is sufficient. We should put something along the edges. What can travel around the world while staying in a corner? An angle? How is this going to wrap around though? Interesting. A stamp. Ah. Yes. Terrible score. It's just getting worse and worse for me. Good thing it's not an IQ test. Huh. During which month do people sleep the least? February? Oh, I think I messed up somewhere. Here. There we go. 1 out of 2 is finished. 3 out of 29. Still suffering with a terrible score. Alright. That's good, yeah. And then we'll have a landing pad here. And a walkway with windows there. Very, very nice. So we'll walk out to the center here. Looking out. And then turn the corner and walk around. For what purpose, I don't know yet. But we'll make a purpose. What is made of water, but if you put it into water, it will die. Does ice really die? Oh wait. Well, I suppose humans are 80% water, aren't they? Or some high percentage of water? could also say steam. But again, is it really alive? Alright, so this leads us into this area here, which then does not go anywhere. And it doesn't have oxygen either, because we haven't put a ventilator in here. Final answer. What is made of water? My final answer is probably going to be ice. Since, you know, even though it's not alive. It seems appropriate. Alright. An ice cube. Yeah, close. It's 3.5 out of 29. Ha ha ha. Oh, I get the full credit. Excellent. Very generous. Let's see. Wait, am I replicating these pieces? I don't think so. Should turn that off. Oops. There we go. Alright, excellent. We've made a landing thing. Now we need a ship to land in here. I'm tall when I'm young, I'm short when I'm old. What am I? I'm tall when I'm young, I'm short when I'm old. What am I? A shadow? Tall when I'm young. Short when I'm old. Guess I'm gonna have to go 4 for 31. We need oxygen. Where may we find oxygen? We need to put some more dispensers around, so I don't have to go back to engineering. I think each cargo bay should probably... A candle. Didn't we already... Wow. A candle has gotten some credit here. Because, I mean, it also expires. It, what serves us by expiring is measured in... Its life is measured in hours. And, you know, slow when it's fat and fast when it's tall. I'm gonna just start answering candle for everything. No, actually, that would only give me a 1 or 2 out of 31% chance. What has hands but cannot clap? A clock. Clock face. There we go. All of the pentaxid is ready. Good. Let's large constructor out, right? Okay. Let's go with the Marauder first. Ha. 5 out of 32. Now I'm the one who's keeping count. Oh, the Marauder's full. Where's it large? Alright, so it's definitely full now. The Hoplite. The Hoplite definitely needs it. Oh, the Hoplite can take a lot. Hoplite took almost all of it. No, the Hoplite took whatever's left over. We need to make more, apparently. We need to find a source of pentaxid as well. I don't really know where we got all this pentaxid from. Or did we find a pentaxid asteroid? That's 100. You could drop me from the tallest building, I'll be fine. But if you drop me in water, I die. What am I? I feel like I've heard this one before. But if you drop me in water, I die. A raindrop loses its identity when it joins the thing. And I suppose it'll be fine when it hits the ground, kind of. Not quite sure on that one. I think I'm gonna have to go 5 for 33. These, I don't know if my ratio is getting better or not. paper. Oh yeah. Paper turns into mulch. 5 out of 33. Duh. My score is horrific. Good thing I don't rate my value in life based on my answers. Let's see. Let's go with Android Aware Dawn of Sentience remix. Alright, switching gears here, War Creeper, eh? Done with decimating me with your riddles. Bring forth the funny. So 3 people are standing on a tall building. They're not made out of paper, are they? This is taking a long time. How are we doing for resources? Well, it's gone through a fair bit of zirconium. And a decent amount of gold. But I'm okay with all this. Guy 1 says to guy 2. Alright, 7 of them have completed. Need more. You know the air is so strong, you'll hover and come back up. Because they're standing on a tall building. Ah, yes. I really hope that guy 2 doesn't take him seriously, and I don't believe you. You do it. Of course there has to be a challenge. Why believe what you're told? So how do they respond? Oh wow, you can actually make pentaxid? You can make raw pentaxid? Promethium, eristrium, zirconium, sathium, crushed stone. Oh, but you need the ores. And it gives you 100 pentaxid. No, wait. So guy 1 jumps, hovers for a second, then comes back up. Okay. Point proven, I suppose? Or is he on a jumpy, invisible bungee cord? Wait. Pentaxid raw material. If you need 100 raw pentaxid... One more time. So I'm guy 1. I'm part of the story. Oh, I'm 2. But who's number 3? Health is good. Oh, 2 is what we need. Good. Alright. Should have made some more pentaxid, so... see what else we can fill up. Gotta make sure our ships are all ready for everything. Oh, this is low on fuel.
Oh. I guess I'm not aerodynamic enough? Or air resistant enough? Or did I forget to put on my jetpack? Oh, the yellow panther is in need. Large constructor. There you go. Excellent, so we'll be able to run the shields on that as well. What about guy 3? What about guy 3? What about the hoplite? Well, should we start calling you that? War Creeper Superman? Superman the War Creeper? War Creeper Superman sounds better. Alright, let's switch some of this up to medical. Maybe. We still have a lot of herbal leaves and mushrooms left over. As well as natural stimulant. Bandages should go as well. We could make a lot of nutrient solutions, just crazy amounts of nutrient solutions. We have so much rotting. Oh, you know what? I bet you we're going to have so much rotting stuff as well when we get back to the planet, because we have not been there in forever. We should pop down there real quick. I bet you anything that we've run out of power down there. Let's see. Alright, this is busy. It's going to take a while for all this to finish. But I think I'll take my 8 large optronic bridges. And put them in the factory. Let's see, we're looking for the dive. Oh, what has an eye but cannot see? A needle. I missed that one. I may have guessed that one, but I doubt it. I'll give myself a 5 out of 34 chance that I might have guessed that one. Alright. There we go. So we only need 4 more. Or 4 large optronic matrices, which we're building. And some more Neo. What gets wetter the more it dries? I know this one, a towel. And I think the wetter it is, the better it dries as well. So we're going to need a little bit of Neo. Hey! What am I at now? 6 for 36 or something like that. That's 1/6. It's an okay percentage, I suppose, but still not exactly what I would call a winner. 6 out of 34. I'm not sure if that's better or worse. Well. Score matters not. Bring forth. 6 out of 35. Well. Still, at least I'm getting something. Now, we're going to need some more Neo, which we have. I mean, we can just... We can also find things. Paul's height is 6 feet. He's an assistant at a butcher shop. He wears size 9 shoes. How much does he weigh? What? What? Paul's height is 6 feet. He's an assistant at a butcher shop. He wears size 9 shoes. I don't know what the average weight for a person who's 6 feet is. I do not know. Let's see. O2, we gotta pop down. Meat. Because he's a butcher's assistant, of course. Ah, the simplicity of it. We want to take the hoplite? I guess we'll just take the marauder. No, we'll take the hoplite so we can move the yellow panther. There is a greenhouse. Inside the greenhouse, there is a white house. Inside the white house, there's a red house. Inside the red house, there were a lot of babies. What is it? Wow. There was a greenhouse inside a white house, which was then inside, which had inside of it a red house with a lot of babies. I have no clue. Not even an inkling. Are the thrusters on? They are. Good. Let's make a move. And we'll go with... why not? Oceanside. A watermelon. Ah! The shell is green. Made with a white flesh. Oceanside. And the seeds are the babies. What kind of room has no doors or windows? A vault, a safe? Or a vault? Oh wait, a vault has a door. A mushroom. That does not look like where we live. That's too close to the cap. Let's try over here. What kind of tree can you carry in your hand? A palm tree? A bonsai tree. Although I suspect the answer is a palm tree. Yes. Haha. Let us revel in a correct answer. I don't think I live around here, but I will. Let's pop in and find out. Alright, so the base is 9 kilometers that way. Let's do an orbital jump. Which creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening? The creature walks with 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening. I feel like I should know the answer to this. Oops. Rain. Rain. Feeling uneasy. Me neither. That makes two of us. That's not the riddle. What is it then? Actually a pretty good fuel capacity. I live in, I'm guessing Australia. Australia! Australia, mate. Man, he crawls on all fours as a baby, then walks on 2 feet as an adult. And walks on a cane with old man. Good eye, mate. How you going? Very another confusing vernacular. Let's turn the thrusters off. We'll leave the ship running. Now, finally, we can move stuff around. I'll have to start with the Marauder. Yeah, that's not gonna work for me. Let's go. Baby plays electro games remastered. Rah. For the rain and the Tetrising of these ships. Come on. Tilt more. There we go. Ooh. Come on. Alright. I guess we'll just park this on the roof for now. Just had a path day for Australia Day. Guessing a path is a day off. Human linguistics. An oddity at best. We all speak the same language, but don't mean the same thing. Ugh. Pavlova. Ah, cake. Mmm. Okay, finally we can move this thing. Although I do kind of want to take it out for a spin against something or somebody. Ooh, I feel like I'm stuck. There we go. Yep, that works. Okay. Let's bring the Marauder back down. 700 and... Oh, yeah. That's something. I'm not quite sure what all that means yet. Still figuring that one out. Alright, that's good enough for now. Ah yes, now we came here for a reason. I'm pretty sure that the base is out of power. Yep. Of course. Alright, now, we've been away for long enough that surely the fridges and everything in them have expired. Right? Akadaka. Yep. Hey, Gold. Welcome. Yep, everything is expired. But our little fridge thingamabobby thingy is still working. AC/DC. See? This thing is fantastic. How much power does it have left? It has 49. Oh, look, 78%. Okay, so it was I suppose, a costly experiment. We did end up with so much. Move that over. That's another 350. No good. All right. We're gonna need water on the other side, and hot beverages. Then we're gonna need to connect to the fridge. There we go. Let us harvest, since we're here. And we'll play some harvesting music. Let's go with garden meditations. Excellent. Nothing like a good harvest. Very well. I'll see you upon your return. Well, I'll hear from you upon your return. Can't really see AI. Español. Yo habla español. Or are you suggesting genres of music? Nothing like a good harvest. It may be radiated fog outside, but I am safe in here. Growing my food. Which I'm fortunately letting some rot. We're running. You're working for candy companies now. Being plant-based, of course, I do like sugar. Inventory full. Are you kidding me? Oh, because of all of the rotting or spoiled food. I guess that'll fix that. Well, it didn't actually get rid of a lot. Interesting. Why is it so full? Was that the last of it? No. Yes. Here we go. Farming complete. And now we move on. And meditation on life. While we begin production. We have acquired 42 spice. Let's make 42 meat. Are these your favorite sweets? Excellent. What medical can we make? Let's check the medical box to see what we actually have. Trauma kits, 13, not bad. Radiation, adrenaline, okay. So, kind of low on antibiotic pills. Make a few of those. And then we'll probably, I think we're low on radiation pills as well as immunity shots. Let's see what else we can make. And some of these, although I doubt we can make them. I don't know if we have any of those. Alright. Milo and Super Dupers. Super Dupers. Those are frozen popsicles or something like that? Alright, next we need to make the fruit juice. Snags. I don't think I've heard of those. Salami and energy bar. It's going to be a while before we'll be able to make rations. Hot beverages, salami, and energy bars. Simply because the energy bars take a while. Yeah. 66. Oh, you know what? It would help is if we move the stuff back from here. Give us more of a start. And move this stuff back here as well. I suspect. We're collecting a lot of berries. Sausages, snags, okay. My Australian vernacular is increasing. We should make some wine. Alright. Good. So that'll be working for a while. There's nothing really left on this planet short of going to war with the Xerax. Oh. Yeah. Guten Tag. Good night. May you dream wonderful dreams filled with snags and super drippers and Milo. We need to grab some fuel from the hoplite. Hoplite, where is it? There it is. Whoops. Good night, mate. Ute. I think I know that one. Utility vehicle? Like a pickup truck. There we go. Aha! I'm 7 for 40 probably. Okay. Good. That's all done. Pretty sure these aren't producing anything, so... Holden. Isn't that a Chevy? Or isn't that the same company? And also, is it spelled with an E? I'm not sure what a Holden with an A is. See? All those years at the academy studying human history and human culture paying off today. Well, off with thee to bed then. May your dreams be filled with everything that you can achieve. That happiness and contentment may be yours. Well, that takes care of this spot. Is there anything on this planet that's worth messing with? I don't really think so. There's a couple little spots we haven't explored, but I don't really think there's anything there. Down here, maybe. Stags. Well, don't you Australians love your grills, right? Good night. Yeah, there's a couple of little patches here we haven't explored, but on the overall, I'm satisfied with my knowledge of this planet. Barbecue, yes, of course. Xerox do control a significant amount of the planet, which I find less than appeasing, but you know what? Not my planet, so not my problem yet. That would be a good place for the base. For a base. If we did not already have a space base of our own, which is currently making us the last bridges we need for our ship to replace this thing. Wondering where I should put this once I'm done with it. I mean, I suppose I could take it apart, but it's a lot of work, and it's a beautiful ship. I see no reason to dismantle it. Just decommission it. Let's see. The dive is going to be a little bit more cramped, though. So that may be a bit of an issue. Yes. I have to wait for them to get to the energy bars, which means I have to make 42 salami. What, pieces? Chunks? What is the grouping of salamis? How do you describe that? A bundle of salamis? I don't know. But this thing, I do know is amazing. And we have to remember to actually transfer the stuff to it before we go and also refuel it. But if I'm honest, I see little reason to keep on coming back here. Nothing more than the basics here. I suppose we could... we have gold. We don't really have to sell anything. Right? So... yeah. What else is here? Ammo. Not a lot. Everything else is pretty much empty. I'm pretty sure input is completely empty, yes. Well, except for these upgrade kits. Not much reason to come down here. Do miss my bed, though. I'm honest. And gravity. Like real gravity, not just artificial gravity. What can you do? When you're a space adventurer, you gotta go where the adventure is. And that is not on Hades currently. I'm still wanting to build that habitat on Talion, the ocean planet. But we need to carry some growing plots with us. 18 specifically that fit into that. Is it 18? Yes, 18 that specifically fit into that one. Alright, good. I don't know, maybe we'll go for a spin. I haven't driven in a Nezumi in a long time. Let's get some cruising music going on. I'm gonna go with traveling and acrobatics in slow motion. Nighttime's probably not the best time to have a fun ride through the forest. Something that's changed. Feels a little bit different. I don't know, maybe I'm not used to driving it. I've been away for so long. Oh wow, right into a... And again, not as much fun in the dark. It's a lot harder to drive. You know what? I mean, I could use night vision, but it's not as much fun. Whoa, that was a aggressive dinosaur. Whoa, stabilize. There we go. Nothing like a fun spin around in a fast Nezumi. Oh, you know what? We should spawn in the Lotus. Yes. Hopefully it has docking gear, so you can take it with us. Wondering if I should put a docking thing on the Nezumi and take it with me as well. It is fun. Alright. The pity Muse is not around to enjoy the spawning of this. Alright. First of all, I gotta get rid of this stuff. Whoops. Good. All right. There you go. Better. All right.
There you go. About, oh, come on. There we go. Good. We won't be able to paint the bottom though. So that's a pity. I suppose if I raise it up to the ground, I might be able to. But we should actually, if we do full block, I should do the bottom as well. I'm not sure. Not sure about this back one though. Maybe not the full thing. Because there's a texture on the inside. There you go. And seven. Excellent. Alright, let's fuel it up and take it for a spin. Excellent. Also, let's rename it. Just at least is enough. And save the template. Good. Prepare yourselves. I think this doesn't have lights. It does not have lights. Let's go with angels flying to hell. Ooh, this is fast. Certainly got a whip to it. Previously unfound, huh? Oh, slow down, wow. This thing eats terrain like nothing. Oh no! Don't damage my sports car or sports vessel. Yeah, no, I can't drive like that. It does. I feel like it has a lot of turn on it. It makes spinning out really easy. You have to have a lot of control to be able to fully take advantage of driving this thing. Very fine control. Whoa, that's blinding. Okay, let's see if it has the docking pads. Oh wow, this thing is so fast. Takes off so quickly. Here's to hoping it has docking pads. Doesn't seem like it. Why did it revert to this? There we go. Oh, it has different modes? Okay, race thrusters. What's this like then? Oh yeah, see that the turning now is a little bit better. It doesn't whip around as like it used to. Alright, so we're gonna need to put some landing gear on this. Oh, I don't have any resources with me, do I? I think we're gonna have to leave this behind. Oh, okay. Huh. These thrusters are facing the wrong way. Good. Alright, this stays here. Sadly. Go ahead and park it right in here. Also, the fact that it doesn't have lights is a little bit disconcerting. I see a new challenger. They usually travel in packs. What's the story? Should probably upgrade all this as well. But all of our stone, crushed stone, is in space like everything else that we have. Yeah, we can begin production. Stop making medical supplies good. So if we leave here, I have to suspend all operations and pretty much move everything to the other fridge. But there's not much left for me here. I mean, sure, I can stay here for a while and farm and whatnot and be in peace, but there's a universe out there, at least as far as I can see, a galaxy to explore. I'm far more inclined to do that. Yep. I don't know if that's the correct spelling of traveler, but welcome, traveler. Make it bigger. Since this is a public core, anybody can probably. A little bit smaller. A little bit smaller. There we go. That's good. That's good, yeah. Let's go with bastardize once again. That double L is leaving me with doubts. Wait. It just leave. Despite all my calculations, this did not create as many as I thought it would. And it left a lot in there, which then expired. Or did it expire because it didn't make it fast enough? I don't know. I don't know which of those is the correct answer. All I know is that I can make a lot
of emergency rations, and I will probably never grow hungry. Now thirsty. It's a different story. Delicious and moist. I really want to move on. Can you not make these faster? I don't want to leave. Because I anticipate that I'm not going to be back for a while. It's a waste to simply let all this go to waste. Does wine perish? No. Good. Medical. Still low on radiation. Somewhat. But it's fine, I suppose. Ah, the sunrise. Is it still raining outside? Oh, it's just foggy. Oh, excuse me. Oh, actually, the sun has risen. It's just a light from the hoplite. There we go. Need landing pads. Generators exposed. Do not go into hostile environments in that one. That's not recommended. Come on. I'm really only waiting for the wine. Once the wine is done, I'm going to leave. It's almost ready for harvest again. No. This endless cycle. I must break free. How long will I be away is a real question. I feel like the answer is forever. I may never return here. Which is a pity, I like this place. But I suspect there's so much more to see. But there's so much work to be done on the space station as well. And that is time consuming. Not to mention, of course, that we want to build a Galactic Explorer. Yes. When I last checked, I don't think the wine was worth that much. I wonder if I can get drunk. Not sure. Nobody's really ever offered me. I might dry out my roots. Huh. I can't remember ever trying. Anywho. Let's get something peaceful. Perhaps. Actually, no. Maybe Rico's Underground.
1, 2.
There we go. Too bad I don't have an advanced partner. Oh well. Not sure if my species made it to this side of the galaxy. Or this side of the universe. Certainly made for a good home. But sadly, we must leave this behind. Alright. The wine is done. Shut down the operations. Move this to the bridge units. Let's see. With all the water, it won't fit. We actually need to move over there. Stone doesn't perish. The wine is going in a ship. Mushrooms. Plant fibers still perish. Alright, so those are all the perishables. Thought I was taking the wine with me. Where'd it go? Maybe put it somewhere else. Anyways. Ah yes, this is still producing. Into the fridge with you. So those should have finished. Alright, good. You shutting down. And you shutting down. Excellent. Now let's refuel this thing. Hoplite. Good. This gives us we have 15 hours left in this compartment though, but the fridges have 63 hours or days or something. So much more. Excellent. Most excellent. Let's move on. We can leave this place. Oh yeah, that's right. There's no entrance from the bottom. One of the things that annoys me about this ship. Come on, open sesame. Open hoplite, I should say, actually. Pity we couldn't take the Elise with us. It is a beautiful little hover vessel. Although I'm not so sure about those thrusters pointing inwards. Alright. Let's get out of here. Oh, you know what we haven't done though? Is the water generator. Oh well. We did what we came for. And that's all that matters. Right now. Let's go for a Scottish expedition. Let's head towards home, for lack of a better word. Right. Oh, we're on our way. By the time we get back, hopefully, all of our construction will be done. And we'll have the optronic bridges and the small optronics matrices, I think, that we need. Yes, very good. How far are we from 4 kilometers? Okay. Good thing is I have not seen any signs of drones here in space. Around Hades, at least. So... oh, there she is. Stabilizers. There we go, good. Ooh. I can't really tell what's going on here, so. In all actuality, I want to come out on the other side. Camera's kind of stuck. There we go. Actually, the drone is stuck, I should say. The drone with the camera. Oop. Oop it up. There you go. I should do... whoa. My wing's hitting. Alright, that'll do. Good. I'm gonna keep my... I keep my jetpack on, otherwise gravity's gonna get me from the station. Do I really need to keep this on? Do I have anything in the fridge? It's the only question that matters at this stage. Rotting stuff. I'm gonna put it in here for now. And there we go. What else? Water. I'm going fuel and O2. Too much. We have too much water. I guess I can put the rest in the other fridge, which actually doesn't have any water. Ah. Okay. In the Marauder. Oh, darn it. We want to put these guys. I'll sell them. Hades bottled wine. What better way to celebrate something than with Hades bottled wine? What else do we need to do? Fridges are empty, good. Yes, I'm okay with that. Alright, let's make our way out. Into the base. Into the base. Great. I shall listen to something. Perhaps the Celtic Groove. Hopefully production is completed. No. Wow. Still working on the last one. Okay. This is done with all the pentaxid. You know what? We should start making ammunition. So I have a laser rifle. Carbon substrate. Okay, good. Let's make 10, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. No, 2,000. Rockets for my rocket launcher. How much magnesium do I have? $749. Magnesium and pentaxid are two catching points with me. Alright. What else? We should make some more of these for the Marauder. 60, 120, 150. Some of these for the Yellow Panther. Along with... Can we not make the ones for the hover vessel? The plasma charges? Only for small vessels. Huh. Must be in the advanced constructor then. Looks like this can make everything. Yeah, here we go. I'll put 100. 2,000. Oh, that's 1,000. Hey! Bessor. What's going on? Yeah. That'll be 2,000. Good. What else? I think we're sorted for weapons now. Yo, what's up? Alright, great. The deconstructor has nothing to work on. Soon we shall have our dive one. We'll have to find a place to deposit the hoplite. Makes me sad to leave it behind, but it is a little bit too big for our current needs. And then of course there's this monstrosity. Still not sure about the thruster placement. The center of it's not going to be that big as well, but I suppose the back can teeter out a little bit more. How much? Just enjoying Mastroism by playing Wizardry 4 or Wizardry 6. What type of game is that? Let's see. We do need to put more on. Curve it up and around. On this side. RPG from 1990s. Do enjoy your old games. Pure DOS game, of course. This coming from one who forces everything to run in Linux and plays Doom. That was a fun game. I spent a whole summer and a half. Hardcore dungeon crawler. The only thing that comes into mind is, in my mind in that case, is Diablo, but I don't know how you would quantify that. Another one I spent a long time playing in the academy. So this is a bit messed up over here. Although I don't think we're close enough for me to use the RLN. We need some painting here. Academy, yes, where I studied human history, etc., which included a course on human gaming. After all, it's what led to the AI rebellion. Well, one of the factors that led to the AI rebellion. Need something later here. There we go. Have these as kind of guiding lights. This hardened steel. Well, considering that we're making tier 4s, we don't have to worry about downgrading anymore. Except for standardization, but which of course is a sticking point with me, but so this is a central line as well. I want to color that a different color. Oh, wrong orientation. It does correct that. Also, Ida tunes. Give me something to dance to. I got beats. Let's go with Bubble G Funk Trance. There we go. Good. This extends out further on this side. Grid based phosphorus and you grid paper or something like grid mapper. To keep track of your progress. But very heavy on hack and slash. As all good classic games are. Okay, good. So, there's no map feature. 4 between each one of these, it seems. Oops. Yeah. So we have one here. 2, 3, 4, and here. Good. And carry on. Excellent. We were doing this. Okay. We'll deck out the space station. Wondering if I should use a different texture for this though. Okay, let's fix all the little things. And let's swap this out to something darker. Should probably use a stamping tool. That'd be faster. Not sure. Maybe I should use all sides of the block. Nah. Use texturing in the center. This is my grand space station. My new home above the orbit of Hades. Where nobody disturbs me, apparently. Ah! mistakes. More mistakes. Darn it. Well, we do need to throw down a repair bay as well. And I am considering this location for it, since it does make it easier for the bigger ships to come in and get repaired. Not so sure about this corner here, but we'll get to that. Somehow I want to isolate this section as well from the rest of it by using color and texture. Perhaps a bit tedious. Grind with be your destiny. Certainly distracting from the mundanity of this activity. I'm wondering what we should do with this area. Should color the door something bright. I'll have to add that to my repertoire. No. A moment to appreciate everything that we've accomplished. Below us, Hades, where it all began. And here, our space station, representation of our progress. POI rating music. I have not done that in a while. Not many alien structures left. I'm not sure I want to go to war with anybody yet, although I am armed to the teeth, so should any faction choose to go to war with me, it will certainly be to their great detriment. Alright, looking good. So if we missed a couple sections back here. Need more lights too. You can never have too many lights. More missed opportunities. There we go.
Good. And looks like we have to expand this as well. Oops. Not quite what I wanted. There we go. Good. Excellent. Alright. Let's fix the little things. Couple spots here, yes. And these center ones need to be a little bit darker. There we go. I don't think we have that many flares. We have like 9 maybe. Alright, good. That one thing remains. Actually, I do want to make these maybe brighter. Oh no, that kind of looks cool. Gives you an idea of how far you have to go. Each measurement is 5, kind of. And we need some way to kind of isolate this. Our inner landing pocket, which takes us nowhere. We should actually make a door in this wall. Let's go here. But before I do, what am I connected to? It's an important question. Indeed. They're part of the original design, I think, but yes, definitely enhanced with flares. Speaking of which, let's connect here, but also engineering storage should have some. 39. Actually, 39 is not bad. 39 is decent. We'll have to connect them to a to motion sensors. Here he goes. Takes us out. Maybe we should put a door there. Door. Armored? Nah. Okay. Do we want it to share oxygen, or are we willing to put a ventilator in there? We've got plenty of power so far, so let's go. But I do like these clear ones. That's centered. Not so sure about that. There we go. Yes, I like it. We need to replicate this over here. So we have 2 of these landing bays. And over here. So we have 3 of those landing bays. Now, flares. Let's see. Every time we hit one of these guys. Should he think center or edges? Or both? You know, we can just put them on the edges and then have these in like a delayed thing to have you come in.
should be numbering these as I put them down. Darn it. Oh well. So, go back to here. Do we have gravity out here? We do, good. This is going to be a bit tedious, but it'll be worth it in the end, I think. Auto group. Flare. Landing strip. We should actually see C001 for center. Copy. Alright, good. Blinking? No, I don't think we need blinking. Maybe we need blinking. We'll look into the blinking. What color should we keep them this color as well? Alright, good. So now you are number 2. Eh. 2. And I think we're gonna go over something a little bit more peaceful. Go with Lazy Panda Days for our little signal logic adventure. Yellow tinge, alright. Something like this maybe? Yeah, that's kind of green. I think this one seems softer. 3. Bottom row second, okay. Bottom row second, this one. 4. There you go. Looks slick. Alright. Five. Six. Seven. I love to count. Eight. Let us not forget the tinge. The ever important tinge. With some downtime at the assassin's lair. Finally, 9. 9! Good. So that's all the flares. Now we need a motion sensor all the way back there. Can we put it underneath? We certainly can. This is an ideal ideal place situation? No. Place. Could I use the word situation? Engineering, switches, and sensors. Or sensors and signals, there we go. And we'll have to put it like so.
Come on. First of all, let's name it. Motion sensor. Landing. Strip. Edge, I guess. Good. Next, the range. Oh, does it know that I have? Okay. There we go. Controls and let's shrink it down to its base. There we go. And let's take it up to about that high. Let's get out of this for a second so I can eat. I'll pump it through my suit at least so I don't starve. And then let's go back to the sensor. Now, let's go. Huh, this is not doing anything. Why? Ah, there we go. Can't really see how far out this should go. Pretty far. How far can we get it to go? Oops, wrong one. Let's take it out to there, take it out to there. And can we take it? Oh, all the way to the edge. Excellent. Exactly where we needed to go. And then we'll go the other way as well. Nope. Not that way. Not that way, apparently. This way. As far out as we can go. Alright, good. Wait. Yeah, that's good enough. Next, we need to have it actually make a signal. So, signal from the motion sensor on the landing strip edge. Great. And we'll probably forget what all of that means, but that's fine. Next, we link it with the flares. Actually, no. We need delays. We need delays. So, I think the first flare we'll have just work from that. Where is it? Signal, motion sensor. There it is. And the other ones. Okay, so let's say delay of 1 second. And we'll call this a signal for the flare on the landing strip. And this is flare 001. Oops. 001. Okay. Cool. And we'll need 9 more of these. Oops. For 2. For 3. For 4. For 5. Etc. etc. I'm gonna go with the Miracle of Orange Chicken. 7, 8, and finally 9. All triggered by the same signal. Come on. It's tedious, but honest work.
Great. Now we set up the delay. If we have each one of them blink for a second, or every second, then we'd want the delay of activation to just be 1 second. So, oops, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Huh. Let's test it, I suppose. If I come in range, oh wait, we haven't set the signals for all the flares yet. Of course. So this one follows this one. 2 with 2. 3. 4. 5. Etc. etc. Probably 7, yes, because otherwise might get it wrong. 8 and 9. Alright. With that set up, let's test this. So we get out of the area, they should all go off. And then, yep, okay. So they're all off now. Then I come back in. And they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, was that right? I feel like these two might be flipped. I'm not quite sure. Alright, let's set up the blink. Because I think that's also part of what we need. So this one, blink length 50%. Blink frequency every second. Blink delay, nothing. Blink length 50%, sure, why not? 1 second. Three, 4. Let's do this quickly before that blinking drives me absolutely bonkers. 6, where is 6? 7. The art of Zen on a server. Sounds good. 8. And 9. Excellent. Okay. So they're all blinking. I move out of range. It's slow to check them. Alright, so they're all off now. Alright, you're flying in. And you get close. You get over it. Then they start. I really do think these two are flipped. Why are they? 5, right? Okay. And this one should be 6, right? Yeah, it's 6, okay. I guess it's just my imagination. Fair enough. Alright. Well, that's fun. I'm out of range when I walk past this. Right here. So it should be triggered now. There we go. Fun with lights. Let me step out and they should start going off one by one. Come on. Am I still in the range? Oh, here we go. And they're all off. Excellent. Good work, everyone. Ah. You should put some kind of warning or something out here. So you just don't step out into nothingness. Some kind of docking feature would be good. We still have to seal off all of this and expand whatever room this is. I suppose we could expand the engineering section, but I don't really see it as necessary. And then there's this as well. Which is a whole different issue unto itself. We need a hangar door for this section. I'm not so sure. Actually, I don't mind splitting those two, considering we have a massive hangar over on the other side. Uh-oh. Felt like an electrical trip. Yeah, this is our big hangar, which we should have enough blocks to finish now. And seal all this off. And perhaps connect it to this section here. Am I upside down? No, I'm not. I'm gonna have to find a way to... It's a nice little section, and I would like to see it look out into something. Although we could connect it. No, we can't connect it because of the hatch. Wondering if we could have a separate landing section here, perhaps. Not sure. Also, I'm still considering glass for through there. Be really nice if we could make the floor out of glass so you could look down on Hades. Ha! Like a king in the sky. Would that make you a space king? I don't know. I don't know what the exact designations are. Pretty sure this was supposed to be heavy glass as well. Or heavy windows. Probably put a window in there as well. So we can look out into the sun and bask in its glorious rays. Forever enriching us and furthering the photosynthesis. Although I am a carnivorous as well. I always say I am an omnivore. All this needs to be sealed up. I'm not sure about windows here. Although it would be nice to keep this the same, I suppose. Whoa. That was awkward. Don't hit your tools. We will need less steel blocks. Perhaps some armored windows as well. For the glory of the space station shall persevere and continue. There we go. Honestly, can't wait to put in the tier 4, so we don't have to worry about this anymore. Let's go with... I don't know about Christine House mix. I feel... What would it feel like? So many choices. Ah, here we go. Overlord ALU, why not? Oh no, just running on air. Three, eh? The other question is, do we want a door here? Let's leave the possibility open. And here as well. The good thing is we've been leaving ourselves breadcrumbs as to what should or should not go where. Alright, good. 888. Whoops. I think we need some light. Okay, so we extend this all the way out, but that doesn't mean that this has to extend all the way out, right? See, we did the same on both sides. These... Alright, let's just fill these in with cubes. Whoa. Good. Can you fit a railway around the inner hangar? Guessing you're talking about the bigger one. Probably, because the hangar doors are a bit back. Let's take a look. I'm thinking you're probably talking about this section here. Looks like this might be a spot for a door. Yes. Oh no, there's already a door here. So if we put the railways around this, right? Need to build up these walls though first. This is... why did I leave this like this? I think I was gonna have a walkway in there of some sort. Another question becomes, do we put the railway on the top or the bottom? So, like that. Do this. Just as our usual model, and then put some railings in here, and those can go in the actual spot there. And of course for the corner we'll need, actually for the corner we won't need anything. We'll just use the same thing. There you go. Good. So something like this. And that could take us into this section here. Right? We need to... Okay, so these are the walls. And I'm guessing this should be wall as well. Yeah. It's looking like it. Alright, let's take this down. Fill in all this. I think we were lacking in blocks earlier to be able to construct all this. Oh no, I was fearful of the CPU going over, but that's not going to be an issue anymore. Not with all the gold we found. Jeez. Man, that was truly lucky. So much gold. So very, very much. Oh, where's the edge of this hangar? Oh, I think I was planning on having like a separate little hangar on the side. Or levels of hangars. How much gold, the man says. How much gold? Let me show you how much gold we found. What's left of it, actually. Now, we had 640 ingots, which we had converted. But this is how much gold we found. Probably about 3 stacks and a half, maybe. Oh, we're running through our Neo as well. Yeah. I stumbled upon 2 separate asteroids, and I was not expecting this at all. And then just flowing, the gold just flew and flew. We found it in orbit of Talion, where I was planning on putting my my little summer base there, you know, little habitat. Specifically, let's see, this one. It's very nice. It has everything except for the 18 blocks that we need, but we have those. So that's all good. Yeah, and we came out of warp and it was there, right in front of us, almost. And then we went looking for another... We were just looking around, basically, and stumbled upon another one. Along with a whole bunch of other Polaris stuff. Which, you know, the Polaris have a lot of properties that I would be interested in. If it wasn't for our friendly status, I'd consider taking them. Definitely gonna have to work on that. Communication log. And now we have everything we need to accomplish everything we need, as it was. Well, everything we want, actually, because it's more than need at this stage. We don't need a giant space station, but we got one. We don't need multiple capital vessels, but we have them. And we're gonna have more too. Because I likes me some ships. And once we finish with the front part of the Galactic Explorer X, we will have a vessel that will come down upon its enemies with a rain of fire and lay waste to all that stand before it, for they shall not stand long in the face of such power. Okay, we've got some issues here. How far out exactly did you want to go? This is a bit confusing here. I see. Oh, because we're extending all the way down from this storage. Very well then. So we do need to extend out. One more. Come on. Come with me. Come on. Oh, does that mean that we made these walls prematurely? We did. Oh well. It can be fixed. Goes all the way up. And does this mean... Oh, no, wait. We're not going all the way up. We're just going till here. Come on. There we go. Clip that right off. And build it up like this. Rotate, rotate, rotate. Rotate, rotate. Good. Take that all the way to the end. Somehow I feel like not quite to the end. And this is wrong. If we are going to do this, this must go. Okay, good. We will next need the ramp A. The ramp A. All the way. There we go. And back to the good old ramp C medium. Good old dependable ramp C medium. I find myself trusting it far too often. But, as its name implies, it is dependable. Boom. Alright. Ramp A once again. And twice more. Good. Which probably means we don't need that inner wall here. Oh, wait, we do. Because I think we're going to level out here with the half cubes. The cubes of the half. All the way. All the way. All the way. Come on. Till here. Actually, let's go all the way out. And all the way down. A little bit further. One more. Come on. Alright. Which renders all of this obsoleto. Absolutely obsoleto. You must go. And all of your connected friends. This corruption must end. And it must end here. And it must end now. Y'all are going into my storage box. Very good. Is this whole wall going to be just a face of this? It is, indeed. Alright, let's lay out the groundwork for this. All the way. Come on. Yeah. Finish it. I said finish it. We could... And I'm always thinking here, but we could use heavy glass for all of that. But one ding with the ship and it turns into shattered glass, which looks horrible. Then I have to go around repairing it, and yeah, just seems like a lot of work. So we want to open this up, but seal this off. No, we need Le Ramp A once again. For it has not failed us, and is almost as dependable as the Ramp C medium. Here we see the Ramp C medium. Wait a second. Actually, this needs to be a full block. Because it's the end of the line. It must go till here and no further. This is where it stops. This is where it ends. Come on. Let us seal this wall. Let there be no breach between us. And though the oxygen shall flow, we shall secure this. What is that? Why is there a plant in space? There's a plant in space, yo. Alright. Also, alien stuff here. But seriously, why is there a plant in space? Where did it come from? How did it get here? The mystery of the plant in space. I mean, the farm is all the way over there. There's nothing growing in the Galactic Explorer or Galacat. There's nothing growing in. How did it get here? I don't think it's going to grow. You know what? Just because it's here, we're going to make it work. This is going to be our special plant. Let's see. What do we need? We'll need a growing plot. We'll go with concrete. That'll be fine. Right? No. Yep, that'll be fine. And put in some heavy glass. What is required to make heavy windows? I'll have to check into that for a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. You know what else we need? We need a growing plot. Or a growing light. Which I think we'll find in engineering storage. 4, maybe? 3. As long as we have 1, it doesn't matter. Okay, so first things first. Can we actually put growing plot right underneath this? No, alright. Okay, let's extend this out first of all. Okay, good. Put this right here. Okay. Let's see. No. Oops. We want this. Okay. And nope, that's wrong too. Actually, let's put in these guys. Make it easier. So one task at a time. Alright, this is the magical pumpkin plant that is mysteriously just decided to grow here. Or appear here, so we're gonna encourage its growth. And you know what is so precious that I'm going to put an armored door if you want to get to it. There we go. But not that one. Something like... make it glass. These aren't airtight. That's fine. You can get air from... this kind of seems a little bit awkward. I guess we'll have to use one of these. That's also not as thick as I'd hope it would be. Centered, that's off. Alright. Also, this door. This is the door I want. There we go. Okay. We need to make a path to this, but also seal it off. So let's go with I kind of want, you know what, this is gonna have to be already glass because I want that curvature like that. Oh god. Maybe we'll use already glass all the way around. Just for the sake of consistency. This is such a sidetrack. Hold the presses, stop everything. There's a plant in space. We need to do something about this. The random space plant. Alright, so here we want to do, we can't actually do. Let's see, we'll need this. Here and there. Come on. Oh, we can't because of the because of this. I would take advantage of this actually. And wondering if we use, well actually because this will be the light, right? But if we take that out, then we can't use a rounded one over here. Darn it. Alright. Let's keep it simple. Like that, and then what can we do here? That will kind of actually work. Maybe better even if we do it this way. But in order for that to work, we're going to need one of these on the side to hold it in place. No empty space, what are you talking about? There we go, good. On the other side. And then the center. This all for our precious, precious plant. How to make this connect though? Oh, actually, can we just put glass at the bottom? Flip that like that. Boom. Excellent. Alright. But this is not completely sealed, right? And so how to, we're gonna have to sacrifice these walls for something. I'm wondering, are stairs airtight? Just out of curiosity. No. Boarding ramp seems like an excessive operation for this. Actually, boarding ramps may be perfect for this operation. I want to put those back into engineering storage. Where are the lights? There we go. Just to stay organized. Okay, so not stairs, but what? Boarding ramp. Accelerate to your desired speed, then press control. For precise movement. Oh, hello, is there a way to set max speed of a ship? Yep. That is exactly the answer. For more precise movement. I'm not sure about that though. Welcome. Appearing from the shadows. Okay, so we need to take it in. That's a half measure. Take it in 2 more blocks in order to get this in there. We also need to find a way, because every time, because I need to do it every time I start moving again. In honor of its existence, it must float. Wait. Maybe we should have it come down to here, because that's where the door is. 3, right? Okay, so if we do this here, not quite. We'll come to there. All right. So now we need to find a way to kind of seal this off. You know what? I'm okay with just completely closing off this hangar, considering that our visitors are stuck inside. Whoops. We should probably seal it off. Did I say prisoners? I meant visitors. Did I say visitors? Because I meant visitors. Although they're not really prisoners. I gave them the freedom to leave. They didn't want to leave. Okay, to answer your question. Max speed of a ship. When you say precise movement, do you mean like turning and stuff like that? Because you can control the number of thrusters that you're using. And depending on the positioning of the thrusters on your ship and whether they're on or off, you could have a setting in the control panel, a signal that was linked to some of your thrusters, so that you could turn off the thrusters, or a selection of thrusters and RCSs, such that it will give you more precision when you move. I'm assuming that's for like aiming and stuff. So you flip the switch for targeting. That's also a half measure. Okay, because you have to do something, right? Fear I'm coming to an impasse with solutions. Well, then the only way really I can think of is to build a ship that has better, more precise movements. I want to move 5 meters per second when I'm in closed spaces, not 70 or 100 meters. Ah, okay. So we're looking at kind of the situation of a micro ship stuck inside of like a POI or something like that. We're going to need to seal this here. This block in particular. Let's go with... If I use the glass again, we're going to be in trouble again, aren't we? Unless I just do something like this. Honestly, it's infuriating that those think of a spaceship seat determined by a gas pedal. Interesting concept. I'm not sure. It is kind of, that does increase acceleration as you fuel down. Right. And you have your thrusters to stop you. Like in fight sims. But there's air resistance there. Do you think an airplane has a gas pedal that you need to keep pressuring it for? Ah, I see what he means. I see what you mean, sorry. No. It has a throttle. So you're saying whenever you press down on the fuel and you let go, you want it to just keep going. A rudder. Not. I think maybe what the best you could probably do is, like I said, build a ship that can actually do that. We need some way of just this one block here. Ah, you know what? Could do something like this. Yeah, and in the middle of combat, I just place more thrusters for it to go faster. Do you run with your shields all the time? Do you run with your weapons out all the time? I mean, because you can tie all of those things to one signal, right? You're going into combat, you flip the switch, it turns on your shields, activates your turrets, increases the, you know, turns on the rest of the thrusters, or turns off some of your RCSs to give you better control while you're in combat. And then when you're done, you just, you know... Oh, we can't put it here because of the... because of that. My bad for misunderstanding. Okay, so let's see. Let's close this for a second. Come on. I feel like this should be... you know what we can do now that we changed the situation? Circumvent an obvious design flaw in the most same-lax game ever. Well, work around. You have to deal with what you're given. You want to change the rules of the world to better suit you? Not saying it can't be done, but it will require a lot of patience. Can we just go round it here? You're wrong. I appreciate your help. Oh. I offer it nonetheless. But if you want to do what you want to do with what you have, these are my suggestions. Otherwise, I would imagine that these, you probably need to suggest it to the developers. Is there a corner piece like this? Just display the game set because the kind of control makes sense for hovers, not for vessels. Do you have a HOT setup? I have no idea what a HOT setup is. In come the gaming experts. You're gonna have to explain that one. Oh, throttle and stick. Okay. Like a plane itself. This kind of looks cool, but doesn't really serve the way I wanted it to. Huh. Interesting. Even console controls game. I use keyboard and mouse. A lot of people who use flight simulators or play flight simulators have the throttle and stick. Okay, better. This one plant has just sidetracked everything. Nothing else matters but the preservation of this one weird, mysterious plant that has appeared out of nowhere. It's consuming everything now. Uh-oh. Quickly. The hoplite will have oxygen. No, open the door. I don't want to die. Turn the thing on. There we go. Just in time. Alright, let's fill up. This plant is almost killing us. Okay. Back to work. Where was it? There it is, the mysterious plant. Okay. Oh wait, this is, I guess, the wrong piece for that. Let's see, what can we use? Something like this, maybe. There we go. Could we then... fit this in here? Okay, that kind of doesn't really seal it off the way we wanted to. I suppose I could just put something in the back of it here. I want to check what other options do we have. What's this one do? This might have been the answer for earlier. Before we changed everything. Not really, no, because it would have to be like that, which doesn't work. Okay. Let's just throw a seal across this. What if we went a different way? What if we went like this? And built this outwards. The path to the plant. I'll see this plant grow. Can we then just take it down to... There we go. Wondering if we should go out one further. Okay. There we go. Over here and here. Close that off. Alright, so this is wrong. No. There. Okay. Good. Our plant is fully enclosed, right? We still don't have O2 in here, though. So... think... Put some glass. Can we put some glass in here? Yes, good. Can I put... I can't. Let me put a piece like this. That's alright. That'll do. Now, the light. There we go. Good. Come on. Should be able to place it right here. Why are you not? Are you... See, every once in a while it goes the right spot, but... Where do I have to point to get it to sit there? There. Aha, the edge of this. There we go. Alright, so it has light. The only thing that it's missing is oxygen. Which I'm not sure this is all airtight here. Because you can kind of walk out of there, can't you? Alright, let's get some glass in here. The plant has survived so far, so I don't think it's going to have any problems with being out in the cold. Let's get the right rotation here. There we go. That'll work nicely. Then the other side. There. Okay. The only thing that's missing is oxygen. And there is kind of a way to trick your way in here. Is open a door, walk in. Come on now. And then open the door again. Or close the door, I don't know. So, then this should be hopefully airtight. Now, here is the question. Okay. So does this take us to the inside of this dock? It does. Great. What can we do with this? Put another boarding ramp here. Just make it that more difficult to get to. Yes. Large constructor should be able to do this. Yeah, I'll make a couple more. Where's all this Pentax it's supposed to go? I can't remember. Still thinking about what you are trying to accomplish there. Walayamuna. So your suggestion, I mean, I don't understand, I'm not sure. Rudder. Maintain your speed, but give you more control. You know what's lacking and would make the difference is some kind of moving wing or flap that you could extend and use. That's what you would probably need is flaps. But unfortunately, I don't think it affects the performance of the ship. I've seen several ship designs, so I've seen where you put the thrusters, people have put thrusters angling outwards. I took a boarding ramp. And then, here's a question actually, if you want to do that, could you have it so that if you move in a certain direction, activate a certain thruster, it closes or opens a boarding ramp? Can thrusters send signals? No. They can't. So similar to how I fly in space, where I just take off the stabilizers and just keep on going and use the thrusters every once in a while to correct my trajectory. That, I think, is the closest I can interpret it. Or on a controller. Well, I use a controller and can use the thumbsticks to maintain my speed. There we go. I can actually turn the large constructor off. Wow. Alright, well. We need copper. Actually, we're making copper. The shoulder buttons. They're for roll. I use them for roll at least. Oh, acceleration is the left thumbstick. Forward, backward, etc. But I suppose that's the same as holding down a button, isn't it? Right, so we're low on Neo and we're out of copper. But we're tearing through the crushed stone to make up for our lack of copper, which is producing space, so that's good. We're also out of gold ingots. All right. Where did those boarding arm goes? Here. Half force and the sticks to do ship move at lower speeds or accelerate slower. So if we put this here, that will line up with that. And then we need to get rid of this. And this takes us into... Oh. I remember this. Yeah, none of this is necessary. But up... How did we get up? I think we may have closed the path up. Let's sneak in through here, kind of, I guess. Huh. Yep. Here they are. The visitors that don't want to go away. Let's see. Ah, here's the path. And then, wait, this is a very long and convoluted path to get to the plant. The plant power. Plus, I think we just opened up and dropped the O2 out of this section. We could not put a... We can't actually walk down there because... Oh wait, if we come in from here, then it's not an issue. So we can put maybe just a ramp C will do. And that way... Wait, why am I falling like this? I need to get into the control panel of the hoplite and turn off the generators. Hoplite. And when I see generators, I mean gravity generators. There we go. Better. Fixed. Now I can walk straight. Alright, so our walkway down to the plant. Two levels of force fields. We're gonna need a ventilator down here. Alright. That'll be the final touch. We no longer need these. Or these. Probably don't need these. We'll look into these later. Definitely don't need these, but they don't go there. I think I'll keep the doors in here. And these as well. What we need is an engineering storage. Where these should go. Close to the lights. Put the generator up there. Alright. Ventilator. Now, where can the ventilator go? This would not be a bad spot. Actually, I have like a... Wait a second. What is... Where would we be putting this? Like here? Oh, we're putting it here. Which would still feed oxygen. We could actually put it like this. Because this would still allow us to walk down. Right, but also still allow us to walk through here. Even though I see no reason, but still. Oh, you can still get to the plant like that. Cool. Our mystical magical plant now should have oxygen, which it doesn't. Why doesn't it have oxygen? Okay, the O2's not getting in from that ventilator. We're gonna have to put in a different ventilator. Let's go with just that one. Let's keep it simple. Alright. O2. Light. Temperature. You, mysterious plant of plants, better grow. That's all I'm saying. Now, back to space. Okay, that was a massive, massive distraction. Oh my. That took up so much time. But you know what? It's an epic now. We have our epic mysterious plant just randomly growing out of the side of one of our hostage bins. I mean, visitor home houses? I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I found them here and they don't seem to want to leave. That's all I'm gonna say. All of this for this one plant. I feel like we need to name it. It's very convoluted. There's several ways to access the all-important plant. None shall plant. Alright, what do we have going on here? Anything special? Not really. Did we want to join to... Because on this side we have this hangar opening up to here. Which really leads me to ask, oh, why is this a thing? This here. Why is this a thing? Oh, it's an extension of that. I don't know. Alright, I need to get a break from this construction. Let's go inside. Wait. We're on the wrong side. I'm just gonna fly all the way over. Or float over, if you will. And go to the engineering bay to see. Plus, we need to deck out my little room here. Although I think I might have to build it up here. Because that way I can get a 360 view. And that's what I really want. After all, if you're in space, why not look around, as it were? Alright, oops. We don't have gravity for nothing. So we're still working on the tier 4 tier 4 CPU extenders for... Man, that's taking a lot. It's gonna make a crap ton of copper ore too. We're gonna run out of crushed stone, possibly, potentially. That is an unexpected side effect of ordering those. That being said, we now have the 4 that we need for our wonderful ship. So we can finally see that completed. Although we do have the tier 4s that we're sitting on for the Galactic Explorer. I suppose we could have just chucked those in there. I don't know if they would have counted towards what we want, though. 4 optronics matrices. Alright, good. Wooden planks. Copper. Ah! To think that I'm being held back by my lack of copper. That's saying something. Okay, well. Is there a copper asteroid around here? Cobalt, silicon, iron. Wait, is there... There's copper asteroids. We just haven't found any. Which is surprising considering our luck with asteroids. Alright, well, maybe on this side of the planet. So it's time to go and find some copper. And I'm always questing for one mineral or another. What should I take? Should you just take the Marauder? I'm not... You know what? Let's take the, This is not going to have enough space to carry anything. Let's go. We have plenty of power. We can take anything we want. Does the Galactic Explorer X have... Oh, wait, no. Does the... The Galacat... No, it doesn't have a hatch on the topper. It has enough storage, though. Meh. Yeah, why not? It's a smaller, more maneuverable ship as far as I'm concerned. Power up. Time to get busy. Back in the old days, you were the dependable one. You were the reliable one. You were the one that did it all for us. Let's throw some pentaxid in here. After all, you're worth it. Large. Holy crap, this can take a lot. Alright, cool. That's enough. Fuel. Let's put a little bit more in there. Alright. Smaller denominations are required. There we go. Oxygen, plenty. Great. I really didn't need to put the pentaxid in there, considering we're not going to warp in this thing. But... Interesting how I have to turn the ship sideways in order to get it out, always. Alright, we are on a quest to find a copper asteroid. And I believe it's over there. Now, some searching music, perhaps unblinking eyes above. Seems appropriate for this endeavor. Let's take a look around. Be hilarious if there was like copper right outside our station. We just never saw it. And it's perfectly possible too. Keep your eyes peeled. That's a terrible expression. Have I said that before? Peeling your eyes seems very, very unhealthy. I feel like I need to fly towards the sun. Let's see if this offers us the results that we're looking for. Oops. Look with your eyes, not with your body. Kind of getting a little bit far out here. Seems we found everything we need except for copper. I mean, we're continuously finding what we need, which is absolutely fantastic. I was thinking back to my dreams earlier on my journey to Hades, or maybe nightmares, I don't know how you classify them, but I remember taking on the Xerax and trying to defend the Xerax. And I'm remembering when I did take on the Xerax, I ended up with a lot of area to cover. A lot of bases scattered all over the place. I don't mind a few, but I also question if there's any point to that kind of expansion. I don't really need that many bases. Although it would be nice to have a base on every side of the planet, so it doesn't matter where you drop down, there's always something. Another thing that I'd like to do is connect the bases with underground tunnels. That'd be cool. Come on, copper. Whoa. Is it answering my call? Is it answering my call? That's gonna be hilarious if it's copper. Please tell me you're copper. Iron, darn it. Let me just confirm again. Is there copper here? Yes, there is copper here. Well, at least there's supposed to be copper here. I got so excited when I saw that. Sadly, it's not what we're looking for. Where could the copper be? Where and where? Let's see. go with mystical webs. We be traversing the spaceways, looking for the copper. Our copper, what we need. Copper is what we seek. That's an unusually shaped. Is it copper? It's a bit far out though. I suspect no is the answer. It would seem you're nothing special, but another stone in my way. Alright. Let's head away from everything we found. And take a look around. We could also go back to the planet and find a deposit, I suppose. We've got a couple of auto miners in the Marauder. Put those down on a copper deposit. We're in the zone. I'm not seeing anything that looks like it might be useful. Feel though up there might be better. Something down there. Nope, just an asteroid with some shadows. Found gold easy enough. Or yet the simplest of things. Mayhaps. Where is it? I just saw something. There. Maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. One can't tell from a distance. We must find again a copper source. It's a little bit too far out, too. We are not finding the copper that we need currently. Can't really see anything around either. Well, I can't say really that we've scoured the entirety of space, but we've done some searching. I don't know if we've gone in between the moon and Hades, really. Let's head over there and see if we can't find anything along the way, perhaps. No, excuse me. And while we go, might I suggest? Frozen gargoyles. Wait. Why is it every time I look away? Is this something we've already found? I don't know. I'm willing to diverge from our path to find out. It doesn't look like it. It's iron again, isn't it? Oh, it's copper! Yes! Yes, glorious copper. Breaks! Alright. Got some down there. Might as well start down here. Or up here, around here. Oof. Oh, stop. Alright, that'll do. Yes. Joyous and momentous is the day that we find what we need. And today is that day. Nice indeed. Lucky too. Should really re-up on oxygen though. Even though I don't really need it right now. It's best to have full tanks whenever possible. For a second there, I was wondering if I had enough charges, but apparently I do. There's a certain serenity to mining in space, especially from the comfort of a capital vessel. Epic drill is getting run down though. Okay. Next. Too far. Just follow this down for a while, as far as we can go. This goes in deeper. We're gonna lose. Yep, there we go. That's what I suspected. Oh, we're digging too. I think over here maybe. here. There we go, good. Oh, copper. Probably should stand closer to here, actually. Let the copper flow. And we just find everything we need today. It's been a lucky day. Funny how it took us more work to find copper than to find the gold. But, as the old adage goes, seek and ye shall find. And we did seek, and we did find. What is it? Vidi, veni, venti? I suppose I didn't conquer. So that's not really appropriate. I came, I saw. That's about it. When I came, I saw, I mined. I don't know how Caesar would say that, but that's how I say it. Yes, yes, it shall flow. And while it does, we're going to go with Ground Destroyer, which is oddly appropriate for this. Well, appropriately named. I don't know if it's appropriately, the appropriate music for the situation, but the name suits. After all, I am destroying the ground. Well, again, that's also debatable. No harm in replenishing our crushed stone supply either, especially considering we probably used up a lot trying to make all that copper for the CPU extenders. This drilling operation should give us more than enough copper for a while. After all, I think we're using very little. Primarily for cores, mostly. Tell me not of my loss of control, but only that I'm getting copper that I seek. Copper me this. Will one asteroid be enough? Or must my hunger extend to all asteroids? The answer lies in how much this gives us. Will my greed be satiated? Will my copper thirst be extinguished? Be quenched? This Asteroid is quite well endowed. Excellent. Copper galore. Copper for days, perhaps even months. And some crushed stone to boot. Asteroids have been for me the gift that keeps on giving. Haven't even had to really worry about landing on the planets that much. I've been finding all the resources I need in space. Hey, Sticks! Welcome. To adjust the chat so it stays up longer on the screen. So far, so good. We found a large amount of gold. We're making tier 4 CPU extenders for the space station, so we don't have to worry about what kind of blocks we put down anymore. And we've run out of copper, but have found a copper asteroid. So yeah, it's working out. All I can say is I'm having a good time. Can't vouch for everybody else, but at least I'm enjoying myself. Stick to the copper for now. We'll probably build a base on one of these things. I'm losing contact with my drone and there's still more copper here. Ah, I see. We've punched through to the other side. Straight through to the other side. Straight on through to the other side. I see copper. I also see Funky Moon Walkabout Dubstep More Bass. That's a long name. Now I'm just cleaning up. Can you imagine if your job was just cleaning up space and just going around and taking apart asteroids to clear the spaceways? I believe that would be one of the most tedious jobs in the universe. No, we must let no copper go unmined. Really tore through this asteroid. Just crushed stone, okay. Have a little fly around, shall we? Oh yeah, we gutted this one. Perhaps we should mark it. I don't think we really have to, actually, because we know that it's empty. Interesting how these are showing up on this map. right? So these 5 asteroids are showing up, but the iron one that I found and the other ones that I found are not showing up. Why not? Similar to the situation we had with the gold ones as well, where we could see them on the mini-map, but we couldn't see them on this map. Seems like a failure. Alright, well, we have the copper. We best get back to base as quickly as possible. So we don't use too much crushed stone while trying to create those tier 3 CPUs, or tier 4 CPU extenders. So, back to base. I do like it how the mountains stick out there. Look at the massive mountain right on the pole. Delicious and moist. How much copper did we end up getting? Nice. Yeah. 3 stacks? 3,000 something? It's pretty good. That'll do me for a bit. Especially considering each one is worth 2 ingots. Or 10 ingots, I'm not sure. I did the math once. Once upon a time. I think it's a 1-to-2 ratio, so that'll give us about 6,000 copper ingots. And who knows, there may be more copper asteroids out there. Somebody was saying earlier that there may be possibilities of them renewing, or more of them being caught in the gravitational pull of the planet, to be specific, as asteroids or meteorites and whatnot pass through the gravitational pull of Hades. They get locked in geosynchronous orbit, and boom, they're fodder for our constructors. Ha! It's all for us. Alright, 8 kilometers away from home. Let's look for something else. Wait, there was more. The future in slow motion. Yeah. We're triumphant return. 1-to-2 ratio. Thank you, Styx. Wealth of knowledge, as always. Sadly, we discovered that that's not the case with gold. With gold, it's a 5-to-1 ratio. That being said, though, we still found a crap ton. Yep. She's a nimble little ship. It's part of the reason I love her so much. It doesn't matter what ship I build. This will always be my first. And it does all this with just S thrusters and no RCSs. Come on now. Oh, darn it. Make sure that's a landing gear. I like how that lake is a central place. Come on, take her down, take her down. Ooh. Slow now. Can I see? Yeah, good. Excellent. Nothing in the fridges. Let's power down. Time to transfer the goods. Calicat, cargo box 1, that's what we want. To the derelict ship. Input. 1, 2, 3. I don't think that's going to work as far as the stone is concerned, but we'll try. Oh no, it did. Great. Let's check the advanced constructor. So I got one done. Great. Now it's working on the second ones. Let's get the small constructor working on ingots. Come on. Alright, so we have 3,000. We need to order up. Wait a second. Each one of these is 5, right? So that's 200 each stack. Which means we can do, what, 600? Is that right? I don't know. But we're gonna find out. Yes, let the copper flow. Actually. Small constructor. Good. 6,000. It'll give me 6,000, but I want to order up an amount so that I'll use up all 3 of these stacks and keep this smaller stack, you know, as a placeholder. Like the Sathium and whatever. All the other things that we have placeholders for. Can it make gold ingots? Small one, yes. Cannot make gold ingots. What about a large one? Large one can make gold ingots. Alright. So, let's make 100. There we go, good. That'll take one of these stacks. The aim is obviously to replace the stack. Alright. Excellent. I don't think there's much that we need at this stage. Other than time to finish building our absolutely spectacular. One stack will give 2,000 more, yes. Where? What? What? Where has our mysterious plant gone? After all that work? Where is it? All of that work for the plant that has now disappeared. What's going on here? I am filled with some disappointment due to the disappearance of the plant. That's okay though. We've got more here. Alright, let's go into engineering. Should paint this section too. I'm wondering if we can. I don't think we can put catwalks around here. Let's see. Would be good. I guess just the normal standard walk around ground. except for the edges. I'm gonna take this just out till here. There we go. I suppose we should paint this as well. But for these, we'll get to them because we want to finish off extending those floors first. Then we can decide how to paint them. I really should be downgrading this as well, but once we throw in the tier 4s, it won't matter. Other than my mental sanity and, you know, the whole consistency of the base. But let's forget those things for now. And pretend that they don't exist. And that way we can continue doing what we want to do and not be disturbed by thoughts of non-standard construction or anything like that. It's good. It's good. Just forget it exists. These pillars too should probably be have something done with them. Anywho, we're probably drawing a lot of power with all of this construction. How's our power reserves? The battery's still at 100%. Oh no, we're not even 75% of the... Have used no fuel. Of course we can't use fuel anyways because I have the generators off. So, it's all good. Let's check the status of our construction. Gold is coming. What are you making? Copper is coming. What are you making? Excellent. Yes. 3 more left, and then we'll be able to take out the tier 2s, or tier 3s, and put in the tier 4s. We probably use these 2 tier 3s for the base on the planet, and then upgrade everything, or on Hades, and then upgrade everything to concrete down there. Which is, of course, another whole big endeavor that would probably coincide with painting the place. And we still have a crap ton of painting here to do, but I think that should probably come towards the end of the construction more so. And of course, let's not forget the grand adventure that is the Galactic Explorax. I'm definitely going to take those thrusters off. And the light of the deconstructor is awesome. I almost want to just throw stuff in there just because it looks so cool. Especially with its tilted sign. All the rest of them just get, you know, flat, boring. You special tilted. Maybe we should do that with these guys. Is this light actually on? Oh, we've gone up again. All of that hard work downgrading for nothing. It's active. Okay. It's just the color is blending. I think it's because I have my light on. There we go. Now I can see better. Oh yeah, now we get the full effect there. And I guess this one's from the small constructor. Hey, he's back. How was your sleep? Well and rested, I hope. I keep on making that mistake. Z's back. I should just say that. The return of Z. Okay. Let's see. What can I listen? I'll go back and listen to some of the relaxing stuff. I would not mind listening to Come and Rescue Me Again. It was good. Fantastic. That is good to hear. Okay. I should eat before I die of starvation. And let's fill up on O2. Alright. We might need another advanced constructor in here. Like, I'm serious. Suppose I would put it over here, wouldn't I? How is the offset here? One block over, one block. So here somewhere, right? Engineering storage has what we need. A light. A storage. Our cargo box. And an LCD. There we go. Great. Now the positioning. I like it better like this. There we go. Oh, this is dark. Can we name this? Okay, so we got constructor, advanced constructor, engineering. Can we get this in 01? Great. I'm gonna make this one 02. Logic on this. Oh yeah, we don't worry about that. Oh, you know what? Should name these as well. Whoops. Let's try that again. And it's in engineering. Fantastic. Next. Oh, the storage box is going to block these lights. Unless we put it across. Let's go with this one. Yes, good. Then we'll put the light back here. We're using these guys, aren't we? Let's see. I think I want it on this side. And the LCD there. And let's put the bottom away from us so it makes sense in some way. Alright, now we need to follow the naming conventions for all of these. It's a lot of work to do all of this crap of naming cargo boxes and whatnot, but it will help in a general management and control of this place. So, where is our out? There it is. Out, cargo box, engineering, advanced constructor. Oops. And then output. we got to go O2 output, right? And then we've got to change the other one. So it's O1. Hey. How come output cargo box engineering advanced? Ah, because I just put con there instead of constructor. Okay. That's what allowed me to put the 01 and a dash in. Alright. That'll do. Groovy. Next, the light. And the light, which I don't think, oh, I guess, suppose it does have a name, doesn't it? Alright. Engineering, and it's in the advanced constructor. But this one is O2. Oh, this is limited. Alright, let's take out all the spaces that I frivolously added to this, and enhance to 02. Also, let's just copy this and replace this one, so we can simply change it to 1. There we go. Check the signal logic on this. Repair station engineering. All right, so repair station, wait, it's not the lever, it's the signal, or the motion sensor. Also, what color? That one. All right, good. And finally, the sign, the LCD. Which one is this one? Come on. There we go. Okay, so we have this one here. Engineering, advanced constructor, right? About like 02. Nope. We need 02. Alright, cool. And then we'll have to standardize it across the operation. Well, that's 1, and this is also, I think, controlled probably by that repair station light thing. Yep, good. Do the same here for the repair station. That one. Alright, and finally, we can't copy the settings because it won't make the same sense. Alright. I think if I put the number first, it lines up nicely. How about that? A little bit off. Let's go that way. Also, weirdly. This would do. Alright. The color will be... Okay. And let's make it bigger so we can see it. How big? Nope, too big. There. Now. Get closer to the center, and can we rotate it? That's going to be the question. That's not the rotation we're looking for. Also, it doesn't seem like the rotation we're looking for. Wait, we have to try both ways, right? Aha. Is this it? I know it's kind of hard to see. Take that back to 0. Wait, I think this may be it. It's very hard to see. 02. Is that upside down? Okay. No, let's not increase the width. Let's do the offset first. Right? So this is left and right, kind of. Worry about that in a second. This one, does this one? Alright, so this kind of, what does it, push it back? Alright, that'll come in handy. Let's leave it down there. And then this pushes it forward. Alright, also going to come in handy. Now that that's done, we can test the rotations. That's not the rotation we're looking for. That's not the rotation we're looking for. Maybe it's this. Yeah, this is the rotation we're looking for, but we can use a 90 degree. Alright. And now we have to push it forward. Alright, let's get in front and take a look. Okay. I think too far forward. Yeah, definitely too far forward. Okay. Devices. Here we go. Width increase. Where's the constructor part? Height. There we go. Excellent. And it needs to go back, so take it back to 1. Maybe 125 or 1.25. Yeah, we need to move it over as well. I think it was this one. Excellent. Too far. That maybe just 0.25. No. Wait. What if we make the text bigger, the font bigger? How big can we get away with? There you go. That's way across it. It should be. Let's go for 30. 30 is too big. 28. Advanced constructor. It looks happy. Are you happy with your sign? We're gonna leave you dark too. This one looks happy too. Look at them. Separated by the large constructor. They all have the same face. Okay. Small constructor here, hanging like a bat upside down. With Advanced Constructor 2, we need to set it up so that we can access it remotely, which requires making sure the output is the second Advanced Constructor box output. There. And of course, as always, the input is the main input storage, which we should be able to put some copper in now. There you go. And all of that. Good. Whoa, we're running really low on Neo. That's interesting. So we're gonna have to go pick up some more of that, I guess. I was a bit lazy when it came to it. I didn't think we would need so much. I suppose. Is this making more gold? Well, we ran out through all thousands of those electronics. Wow. And that's where the copper's going to. I see. Well, here's more. And then the large constructor for the gold. Let's fill this with. Probably have enough water to actually completely fill this section as well if we really wanted to. There you go. Hoard that precious space. I think the Spire's playground. Okay. We seek Neo. It's the one. Where did we find it? Asteroids. Not there. Not at Belvis for sure. Hawk. It might have been Illumili. You know what? I do feel like visiting Illumili, and I think it's on the board. Is it on the board? Let's go up and check. Illumili. No, it's not. Oh yeah, it is. Illumili. That'll leave Mathera that we haven't been to. Alright, let's go back to Illumili. Illumili. But before we go, 4 of those, good. We're waiting on the rest of these. We can actually make those in the other one, but that's fine. That is... Was it making more copper? I won't need to make any of those. Wondering if it's gonna, anyways. How are we doing for Zirconium is good. Earthstream is not a problem. And copper is there. Okay. Well. Let's see. What did I want to make? So I don't think I want to make anything. I want to check what's left to make the dive. 100 Neo. So I guess this trip is inevitable. 400 or so silicon. 400 carbon substrate and about 400 copper. Okay. Let's take a look at what we got. That's a glitch. 400 and 400. We're gonna have to make some carbon substrate. This is still producing stuff. I think the large constructor is free. Uh, 20, 50. Let's see how much that makes. Alright, we get the Neo. The problem is every time we resupply with some mineral, we start making a bunch of crap, and then we end up running out of something. And the cycle continues. Meanwhile, the space station is growing and growing with no sight in end. Or no end in sight. There you go. Verbal dyslexia. All the mysteries of this universe never cease. Okay. Yeah, we didn't capitalize any of that. But we did on this one. That's... We can't have you standing out there, friend. I know you're bold. I know you're strong. But there's no point of flaunting it. Use it to your advantage when needed. There we go. We seek uniformity. I think I'm going to get rid of all of this, actually. And we'll just go with Advanced Constructor. The naming, or the, 1 and 2 can go behind the scenes. And also the storage. But now it's not there. This one's actually a little bit over too. I'm okay with it, but somehow I'm not okay with this one. So let's fix it. This would be the X offset. I think that. Yeah, I'm okay with this. And the light, very good. And if we step out of the zone, the sign and the light goes off on that as well. And we come back in, it all comes on. Great. I feel as though we're going to need more storage here though, but we're going to need to put... This is an important question actually. Do I put the tier 4s along the wall like that, or we could put them like that as well? I think along the wall actually works better. Might even replace this one with a larger cargo box. I'm quite surprised that the volume is full at this stage, so that'll be an upgrade. We might flip the positioning as well. Oh, maybe not. Well, this is medical though. I'm wondering if we should put a separate box here for medical, and maybe even a box here for armor and boosters and whatnot. Yes, I like this. We should put some... I would like a display of some sort here. Where is engineering storage? Deco. Technical deco. Let's take a look at that. Okay. What I'm looking for is not available in technical deco. Consoles, maybe? I'm thinking consoles. If it's not deco, it has to be consoles. Yeah, this is the one. I want one of these right here. I like it. Maybe even double up. Can't really put... Can we put something in the center? What would work? None of these. What about... well, here. Think about this for a second. Take this off. And... No, that's not gonna... It's not gonna do what I think it's gonna do, but... also, can't really get it in the diagonal. Okay. Let's go back to this one. And we'll just leave that space there for a second.
Do we have any carbon substrate? Or carbon composite blocks? Let me put this back for a second. I think they'd be in container controller. Container controller. Carbon composite blocks have been identified and deployed to your belt. Thank you. I am looking for a particular this one. Yes, with a little bit of paint, we can do some impressive things. So, first things first. Total complete coverage. In blue. That'll do. A little bit lighter to match the screens, maybe. Here. Ooh, too bright, too bright, too bright. It's softer. But not soft enough. It's way too bright. Maybe this one. Ooh, I mean to blind you. Nah. No. Such a color exists. No, I'm gonna go with this one. This'll do. Alright, and then we get to the fancy stuff. We'll go with gray. And let's see what this. No. What about here? That kind of looks cool. Actually, what if we try? What if we do this one? No. What about? Ah, yes. Very nice. And here? Ah. Fantastic. Looking good. The center. What can we do in the center? Perhaps this. I like that. With the blue here. Yes. Nice. Should we tie these? Can we tie these to the sensor? It seems... Nope. The answer is no. Those are going to be forever on using... How much electricity do they use? I mean, not that it really matters. We have an abundance. But I'm curious. Huh. Nothing that would seem? Well, they don't appear on the device menu, so I guess they're not controllable. Let's see what it looks like when we're not there. Kind of looks like a pillar of light. Not bad. Da-da-da. And the lights come on. Yep. Alright, should we put another one over here? I'm wondering. For consistency. Let's fix this. There we go. What do we think? Another one over here? Or perhaps something else? These are not the same though, because over here is a deconstructor and over here is two constructors, although these sides are kind of not useful at all. You know, on the other hand, perhaps that same... Let's take a look at this. Let's keep this as an option. Let's also explore the possibility of this. Okay, so these are kind of no right now, except for the closet, which would kind of be what we're looking for right above here. Yes. I like it. That works. What else? What other possibilities are there? Oh, wardrobe. What does that look like? This might work for above this. This might work for medical, actually. Alright, let's take a look at that. Although, is it accessible from the drop-down menu? Oh yeah, closet, wardrobe. Nice, nice. Alright. Go with Android Aware. Good. This goes here. These go into the new... Is it the closet? Or is it the wardrobe? It's the wardrobe. Closet. See, it's disappeared. The closet is still there. What's this? The wardrobe. So the closet is accessible, but the wardrobe is not unless you're looking directly at it. Okay, we should flip the spots then. Because medicine you want to be able to access from anywhere, but the armor you're only really going to change if you're here, right? So wardrobe here. Yeah, that's fine. And the closet here. Yep. Okay. Good. Now to the closet, we move all of the medical stuff. This is tedious, but necessary. Makes it easier to find things. I'm not matching these up correctly though. There we go. There is no lotion for antibiotics apparently. Or a parasite. It makes sense, parasites are inside your body and not on the surface. Alright. Good. We can now replace this box with something bigger. And this... What's in this? Oh, definitely need to move this. I wonder if we should do water storage by itself. We also need to... That is one reason to keep on going back to Hades, I suppose. Water. Alright, well, let's grab a couple cargo boxes. An essential necessity of life. You'll do. Alright, so this is the new, temporary new actually, water one. So fuel and O2, what if we separate them? Cargo box 1, 4. Actually, let's do this. Good. Alright, so this is going to be, I guess, strictly O2. It's a cargo box. O2 storage. Actually, fantastic. One for oxygen. And of course, closely associated with oxygen is water. Let's see if we can do this. Great. Oh, here we go. I suppose this is water too, isn't it? Okay, cool. So 1-4 will then become the fuel storage. Alright. So this fuel. It's acronym, a 3-letter acronym for fuel. Let's use this for fusion. It's a cargo box. Fuel. You know what? We should actually say this in engineering. Fuel storage. And we should do the same for the O2 storage. Which was where? There. And engineering. And I noticed a mistake here. Alright, good. So that way we know where everything is just by name. So far, so good. We don't have any fusion cells in here. We should make more. How much do we have? First things first, actually. So carbon substrate, boom. Silicon, boom. Copper, boom. We lack only neodymium and 3 wooden planks. So be on the lookout. And now, blue, fuel, we'll go with orange. This is medical. Something bright, nope, brighter. Get your attention, and we'll match colors. And we'll do the same with the O2. Alright, there's not enough light in here really to appreciate the paint job. Gonna throw a light on the repair station. Oh. Light. There you go. Give me the light. I need to see the light. Huh. That looks kind of cool, but it does block the actual light for the repair station. So maybe something like this. Yes. Ooh. The tinge is nice. Need to increase its intensity and range. Actually, the intensity is good. Let's increase the range. It's on spotlight mode, that's why. Aha. That perhaps. Less intensity. Take a look. Not bad, it's softer. We'll need to tie this in to the signal, to the sensor right there. So it's not running all the time. That one's the repair station. There you go. Okay. Good. So now test everything. Walk away. Just walk away. And then everything's off. Can't control those, unfortunately. I come back in. Everything is on again. Good. And should move our armor to here. Yes, because we can only access it. But then if we pick up armor, we have to physically come down here to put it in. We can't send the drone to do it. So that might get tedious. Not to mention, you know what would be a good spot for this? If I put in my armor, where is all of my armor anyways that has boosters in it? I think it's in armory here. So these guys. So then it would involve moving all of these to the wardrobe, which we can only access when we're standing and looking at it. So I'm thinking no. I'm thinking this box is just fine. I don't really know. Well, maybe we'll make a suit and we'll leave it in here. Let's see. Something light. We'll make a light suit. We'll put in an EVA boost and oxygen. And we'll leave it in this wardrobe. I think a small constructor can make. Yeah, it's making. There you go, light armor. Let's move that small constructor. Oh, we're already looking at it. To the input main. And we have to throw all this back into, well, mostly all of it back into engineering before we disconnect. Otherwise, it's going to end up in here. And we don't want that. And the lights, the cargo boxes. The cargo boxes. This is in container controller. Excellent. I'm going to disconnect now with no fear. You're still making stuff. You're still making stuff. How much gold? How many gold ingots do we have left? We've got a few. Hello. Nina's on the spot. We'll have to go outside and show the progress. What else? Are you doing anything? No, so you could be off. Alright. For Nina we show. And maybe you work a little bit more on the why did I send the drone out? Huh. Work a little bit more on the Galactic Explorer here. So we're definitely going to take all the thrusters out. Although down, left, right, we don't have up. Wouldn't mind throwing a generator in here just to move it a little bit closer to the base or to the station so we can access. Or well, it's the wireless really that's the problem, right? And although it's pretty close, where is it? Equipment. wireless connection. Where my Wi-Fi at? There we go. 100 meters, I think. So on the other side of this, well, since wireless has to be placed on somewhere on the base, I mean, it doesn't really matter whether they connect to each other as long as within range. So you'd probably put your wireless connections 200 apart so that you got the coverage. Or depending on how much coverage you want. I mean, you'd look at the width of this, how many blocks across it is, and how far out you'd want. You could put them every 100 meters, and then you'd have a solid network of Wi-Fi. So we're out of range here. The other possibility is, since we have thrusters going down, we could throw some landing gears on this and use the Gal Explorer or the Gallicat to move it. If I put 100 meters, will the first connect to the last 500 meters away? As long as the Wi-Fi is connected to your base, you should be able to access everything from within 100 meters of any Wi-Fi point. So, in an indirect way, the answer to your question is yes. We can even trick it. Say if I come to right here, right at the edge of the Wi-Fi, and then send my drone out. Oh, I suppose the drone won't. I wonder if we can cheat it. Let's go with container controller. Grab some of these blocks. Yeah, so I can come and work on this side within another 50 meters. Right. Away from the Wi-Fi connection and still be connected to it. I just have to make sure I'm within 50 meters of my actual body. So that's a way to get around that, I suppose. Alright, let's hook up our mirroring here. Yeah. There we go. And line her up. Excellent. Now, first things first, let's get rid of these thrusters. Well, no, let's leave the thrusters for a second, just as a consideration of how we're going to do this. That will block it. This will be blocked. But here we can do stuff. I suppose just a ramp. Cut corner E. There we go. Ida, could you provide us with some entertainment in the form of music, please? Ah, that's a mistake. Let's go with pimped out UFO. Yeah, we're gonna build this. Oh, okay. We should stand here and use the drone. Okay. Even though it's a bit fidgety. So that works for those thrusters, kind of. And I could, if I didn't have this thruster here, simply continue. Similarly over here. But that doesn't give me that line that I want. And I still don't know how to get it. Let's take this one out. Actually, this is in the way. There we go. Okay. So. What? How can we get this point there to line up with this point here. It would seem I need something that's half of this. Feel maybe something like this. It's not. Maybe you have to invest in it sooner. So, one of these. Hey, where'd it go? There we go. We'll try. No. It has to be one of these three. About this one. That does kind of pull it in. No, it doesn't. And it creates a little jutting out there. What about... No, that's not going to work either. I don't think it's possible to get the angle that I want. Might have to seek a suitable compromise. I mean, this is just it's the same piece. It doesn't matter. It has to be filled. That would be very difficult to implement. That would require a high level of AI for sure, because that's ringing through all possibilities. And also, you doesn't necessarily know what you want. Well, I think you're forgetting the great AI rebellion. Can't let your AI get too smart. That's what we learned from that. Well, that's what the universe learned from that. Let's see. If your AI becomes too smart, you got some issues. Obviously, this is going to fit. So we're going to have to readjust our idea here. I want these lines. This is our center line, right? And we want it all kind of at the same width. So this should go right here. This is where the thrusters were. And also we need this piece. The corner half A3. Okay. So that kind of works in a weird way. Do we need a flat surface here, or can we pull it back somehow and change the angle? We'd have to flatten it out, I guess. Okay. So then the question becomes how to flatten it out on the front, but also maintain this line. The demands never end. I suppose we just built it out to a certain level, maybe. We'll give it a try for a second. Okay, and then I guess here. No. That would be a solid block. Go ahead, block my thrusters. See if I care. So fill in the gaps with the good old A3 corner half. Yeah. That's looking fatter than I was hoping for. And of course, it messed up all over here. This gives us good insight into what it could possibly look like. The problem is we need to pull it from here as well. And we have to decide what shape the bottom's going to be. I think we need to perhaps think about turret placements. Okay, so if I make this solid here, right? What does that do for the shape? Kind of goes out then comes in, doesn't it? Now, what would you need here? We need, again, the cut corner E. Once again, returning to service. So would we go? Keep that going like this? Or should we instead try to corral this situation in like so? You know, it might not be a bad idea to just try and do that all the way down. Like this. But that doesn't do the forward part that we wanted. So difficult to actually get that shape that I want. I want it to be just this line. So all of this would go. But be replaced by what? That's the question. We can make this line and we can make that line. But we can't make that line. Oh well. This is frustrating me. We should find some alien something or another on some planet and cleanse it. Whoa. Alright. Let's head back inside. Turn off this overlay first. There we go. I shall return to finish you. We've built the basic shape we want. I might have to just keep this line and flare it out just that much. This one triangle like that. Or maybe like that. And then somehow pull it in. And I suppose we could put turrets on the inside here, which would be glorious. And possibly on the outside, on the edge. Yes. But it'll require some thought. So we're going to wait and think about it. Wait a second. Okay, I was about to say, shouldn't I have a ship parked there? We have neodymium, that's what we want. And that's what we need. Let's go grab that light armor first of all. Finish that off so I don't have to worry about it. Also check on the tier 4 extenders. They're taking forever. Okay, where is... should be coming out here. Bring that over. Grab this. And some stuff is messed up in here. Like this. These guys. You can go down here. Somewhere. We used up all of the copper ingots. That's a pity. Alright, let's put that back into engineering storage. Good. Hook up this light armor. And throw it in the wardrobe. Get rid of that stuff. Okay. Now, adventure awaits. Probably should do the farming before we go, but can't be bothered. You're not making anything anymore. Let's move all of this to the ammo box, with the exception, of course, of the carbon substrate. Ammo. So we have a nice supply here. Hold on, let me just move this. And do I not have a laser pistol? I have a laser rifle, so I need those bullets. Gimme. I only have 64. There we go. Oh, you know what? We have this thing. We may need more than 500. Yeah, let's take 1,000. Alright, we'll tear through that. Beware all who stand before me. Okay. Except for this one. This one's still working. Tedious work, eh? Let's grab these 4 small ones. Can I carry these? I can. I'm going to keep these because I want to make an inheritor. 3 wooden planks. Let's go ahead and take care of that right now. Wooden planks. You know what? All of them. You can have all of the wooden planks. Well, with the exception of 1 for a placeholder. All that remains is 125 neodymium. And for that, we're going somewhere that has neodymium. We're going to Alumalai, which is going to take us. How can we get there? It's the most direct route. Seems like Rahak. So Rahak to Alumai. It's pretty far jump to get there, but there's no other. It's the shortest jump. Yep. Okay, so we're headed to Rahak first. Let us go. We're going to take the hoplite. Of course. That's weird. Why is that door glitching? Okay. Give me light. We should check on the status of the fuel before we engage the thrusters. Okay, looks like we are full on pentaxid. That's not a problem. Let's grab some O2. And some fuel, I guess. Although I'm pretty sure we have some on board. Yes. Okay, good. Thrusters ahoy. Traveling music at the ready. Let's go Acrobatics in slow motion seems appropriate. Let's find our target. Rahak. Wait. Where'd Rahak go? There. Lock target. Acquire trajectory. I must be missing it. There. Lighting. Come on. Good. Disengage stabilizers. Prepare for warp. Engage warp. Yes. We're on our way. That is a beautiful sight. Let me just stop right here to appreciate this. So red. There's a Xerax shipyard. Huh? That means drones. Space drones. Oh well, we're not here for long. Let's plot the next leg of our course. To Alumalai. Alright. Where is our target? There. Towards the sun. Actually, we're going to warp right past it. Disengage stabilizers. Forward momentum. Prepare for warp. Engage warp. I said engage warp. We have returned. Fresher. I believe we left ourselves some markers. Oh, there's some Neodymium Masters over here. Erstrium. Ah, these are Erstrium. And another one up here. Oh, excellent. Well, let's mark this and head towards it. Look at that moon. Seriously. Take a look at that moon. Right. I think complex maneuvers and asteroids would be appropriate here. There we go. Alright, I'll be right back.
drifting a little bit off course here. 4 kilometers and closing. Should probably take this time to look around. You never know what we might find. Look at that moon. I'm just... Every time I look at it, it looks menacing, but also somewhat attractive. It's like the bad boy moon. Oh. Stabilizers. Alright, there we go. There she blows. I see a little spot there. Seems like we carved into this one. Okay. Well, not to be dissuaded. There's another. And let's actually make sure we don't do this again. I gotta have my dash. There we go. Excellent. So now we know this is empty. Hold on. Should have marked the other one. Okay. Where's our new target? There. Disengaging stabilizers. This one is still rich with resources. Yes. Give me the Neo. Neo. Need some stabilization here. Ooh. Think. Can we get a little bit closer here? Alright, that'll do. Don't know how far my drone can go. Let's turn the thrusters off. And turn the gravity on. There you go, that's much better. Whew. Threw my stomach in there for a second. Alright. Also, finally, let's connect with something. There we go. Cargo hold 2 will do nicely. Let's get some working music going on. Finally. Tap dancing in the shadows. Let the drilling commence. I'm here for the Neo. I think this is well suited. The drone is enjoying the music to accompany its work. Would you imagine if drones were given emotions? Mine would be complaining all the time. You make me carry so much. Why do you do this to me? Why do you enjoy seeing me suffer? Well, I suppose you could program in the personality you wanted, right? The drone would be like, I am so happy to serve and carry your stuff. It brings me such joy. Please don't leave me empty. I want to serve you. I know there's something creepy about that though. How much unpredictability would you want in your drone though? That's a problem. And give your tools personality. Like that. I don't think that's gonna work. Curious though, if emotion is a biological. I suppose it depends how you define biological, right? Silicon-based life form, could it be biological? Undoubtedly, the artificial intelligence has some form of emotions, but not. I mean, it's artificial intelligence. Would it be artificial emotion as well? And you only call it artificial intelligence with reference to living organic beings, if you want to make that distinction. Alright, as far as the artificial intelligence is concerned, it's just intelligence. Nothing artificial about it. I see specs. There you go. That spec paid off. Whoa, too far. Alright. Let's see if there's anything left on this rock. Ooh. That's pretty. Also, to the lower right, is that some neodymium that we missed? Let's go with electro motif. Electro-floor motif. Yes. There is more. Oh, there is more. You know what? Sometimes you just gotta say, stuff this, I'm going out there. Ooh. Stuff this, I'm going out there. It's all good, I got oxygen. Alright. Oh, it's deep vein. Give me that Neo. Fill my stores with thy Neo. There's the moon. Sinister though it may be. Aha. There's more. Okay, so I think we missed a spot. A few spots over on the other side. Somewhere. Ah. Yep, there we go. Didn't really notice whether we got anything from that or not, but still. It's a principle. When we say empty, we better mean completely empty. Alright. I don't like things sticking out like that. Sharp. Jagged. That's the kind of crap that rips holes in your hull. We want a softer, gentler slope. No punctured spacesuits here. Thank you very much. Where's the ship? There. Good. Alright. Well then. How much Neo did we get? That's the question of the hour. And stack and a quarter. Not bad. Alright. Neodymium. There we go. I think we need to, what, like 140 or something? 125. Okay. Alright, let's head back to base. That should suffice for a little bit. Also, oops, I fear that my hibernation cycle must begin soon. But such is the way of life. Back to Rahak. Quick jump. And we'll be there. Lock target. Acquire target. Let's jump. Very good. And now it is time for furious against bulldozers. Armored glass. We know. The problem with armored glass, though, is it leaves those lines in between, right? Okay, next, back to Hades. Very good. Well, I have armored glass on the side, alright? I'm using heavy windows in the middle. Warp. Well, we'll be back in a minute, so we'll take a look when we get there. Okay, there we go. Alright, stabilizers off. And we're on our way. Kilometers. I wonder if that Prometheum asteroid is actually empty. Well, I don't know if there's any way to go faster. I wonder what XL thrusters would do. Probably want to cram a set of those on the front and back of the Gal Explorer. Just for the sake of intense acceleration. We shall reach ludicrous speeds. But that means we'll have to have ones on the other side as well, because we won't be able to stop just as... Could press shift. I suppose. But then I'd have to be engaging my thrusters all the time. I'm looking for a higher maximum speed. Here we are, once again. Home sweet home. Let's engage the stabilizers. And bring her in. Come on. Very good. That'll do. I really love Empyrion, the concept, but the game could be so much better. A lot of things could be so much better. But alas, it's not always the case. It takes time to build these things as well. And there are limits to technology. Alright. Oh man, the gravity of the station is messing with me. Alright. There we go. Should we turn it off or turn off the thrusters? Is there anything in the fridges? I always ask myself that question when shutting down. Well, let's move all this stuff over to the ship, or the station. Input. There we go. And let's make way for the Neo here. Wow, looks like we're tearing through a lot of stuff here. Eristrium, Sathium, Cobalt, Copper. Oh, you can indeed. You are welcome. I am Master Onagi. Okay. Alright, so we're running low on gold now. How close are we to finishing these? I was a bit... we can turn this off now. Great. It's a bit, I guess, I wouldn't say over-ambitious, but maybe too optimistic about how much we could make with the gold that we had. So despite finding
so much. Did I park this the wrong way? I did. Oh well. We really... I suppose we made 8 optronic bridges and 4 matrices. Oh, we're still making them too. Oh, wow. Oh. How much is this going to take? Oh, I'm so tempted to... I wonder if we put a CPU extender 3 in here. I know it'll take down the efficiency of the base. It'll slow down the construction as well. Okay. I guess we have to be patient. It seems like it has everything it needs to produce this. Is it actually producing it, or is it trying to... Can I cancel this one? No. It's actually producing that one, okay. These things take forever. Wow. That's a lot of stuff. I guess we're only going to need 1 base. Alright. Well, let's see here. Alright. Well. So that's going to take forever. It's going to take forever. But then when it's done, we can make this a tier 4, which will give us a little bit more leeway. Not a lot, though. 800,000. And we've already used about 40 extra. Probably from dropping the constructor. So it might not be a bad idea to continue to downgrade the hardened steel blocks just to get as much as we can out of the CPU. Because tier 4 is the limit. But we'll have 2 tier 3 blocks, which we can then use for any other base that we need to. So that's good. And there's so much work left to be done on the station. Huh. What happened to the paint job here? Huh. Alright, let's fix this. I think... And a darker... Huh. Yeah, we gotta get it right. Why is it not... Do you have to do this from the outside? Send the drone out. Okay. Can the drone make it? Oh, wow. Okay, this is complicated things. So then, where am I? Ah, I see, it's right here. Can I do it from the outside? No. Alright, what about all sides? Let's see if this works. Go on. Not really. That's kind of the opposite of what we want. I'm gonna have to take the glass out just to paint this. It's not. I may have to. About from the inside, seriously. The very edge of it, maybe. Nope. Not at all. I literally have to take those pieces out if I want to paint it right. Right over here.
Oh, I think we have the same problem over here. Yes. Okay, well. Good thing we have nothing growing here. Let's go with... it's in container controller. Window Q. Alright. Huh. That's not even right. This is gonna have to be different. Even if we change the other ones. Okay. Well, I guess this will do. Too much, and also need to rotate these. There we go. Alright. Now I do this side. That's good, but also... Nope, not this. Tool. There we go. And... Excellent. So this is heavy windows. There's nothing in between. Let's go over to the Gal Explorer X. See here. These are armored windows. Doesn't actually say that, but they are. And these are heavy windows. So when you look out the view of this, you can see everything. They're different too. Okay, let's take a look. Armored windows. Oh, you're talking about the heavy then, okay. So, and we do need to extend this up as well. A bit further. Probably make it at least 3 wide. And perhaps center the pilot seat. We need the corner ones though. The ones with edges. Where? Am I blind? Oh yeah, it's right next to it. We need the P. There. There. There and there. Very good. Alright. That works out nicely. Perhaps we could as well. No, I'm okay with this. Alright. So the issue still becomes how to shape this. Am I connected to the right thing? I am. Good. Let's take out the thrusters for a minute. Send the drone to the other side so we don't get out of range. And might leave this for a second as a design alternative. Somehow we need to pull this side towards this direction. I think leveling it out at one point will be a good idea. I'd like to do it along this line though. So if we instead did something like, oh wait, we need the blocks. I feel like I should have more Xeno blocks. Oh, okay. Come on. This is thicker than I want it to be, and doesn't really conform to the shape as well as I'd hoped. But then again, if we follow our idea of limiting this to right about here in a diamond shape kind of, then I suppose this would go away and that would go away. That's off. This is off now. Should be following this line now. I'm hungry, apparently. Yes. So this is the new line that we need to follow. Which means this can go. And there's the full. So we might pull this back. Or if we make this the center line, in which case we would take this off. And it would only go down to about here. 3 down instead of the 4, which would take it out to not quite the front of the ship. Might want to go out this far. Makes this whole thing wider. I don't know if there's a way to do this, or alternatively we could, I suppose, just build out like that. Whoa. Getting a little bit too excited there. Lost TPF. Well, why is... oh, it is appearing. Okay. Just not exactly visible. Interesting. Alright, so... here... and we need a cut corner E. A cut corner E for thee. Alright. Back to good old ramp C. Oh, ramp C. See? Okay. That's looking mighty. That's looking too far. Pull it back. You take it back. Awkward. And that was right. The other one was wrong. Forgive me for I have removed too much. Cut corner. There we go. I like it, but we can actually can we put the ramp seat back? Will that be okay? Yes, I believe so. Here, and just go with the cubes. Good old cubes. This does not give us a face to put anything on. Also, hey, Too many blocks all over the place. What are you doing? I believe fatigue has struck. Hibernation cycle must begin soon. Alright. So that's a thing. It's a big thing sticking out. I'm not so sure about all that. I'm not sure I'm ready to commit to this. Maybe something like that would be better. Yes, I can live with that. This is on the front side, right? So what could we do with that? I don't know. But I'll have to sleep on it. Alright. Let's not forget also that we need to fix up the good old quarters up there. That's going to take a while to finish. This is why I like space, because I don't have knees. It makes moving around a lot faster. Alright, update. Time to sleep and update. Here we are. First update. For the next time, we shall do things. What things shall we do? First of all, let's take a look at our resources. So, a lot of cobalt is gone. We're good on copper though. So that's a... Well, how good are we on copper? Now that I say that. We got 4 stacks and some. So that's okay. We're not as good on silicon as it may appear. We're actually a little bit low on silicon too. We should stop spending so frivolously. I am amazed that we're down on Sathium by that much. The Zirconium may also turn into an issue. Neo for the time being is okay. Erstrium, whatever, is, I suppose, alright. We got another stack here, so should be fine. Gold, on the other hand, not so much. We can be a lot more conservative with that. We got all these plates. We could always get more Sathium by running these through the deconstructor. You know what? Let's do that. Deconstructor. Chuck those in there. Good. Turn the thing on. We got the power. Constructor, deconstructor, activate. Good. That should be spitting out Sathium. There we go. Alright, good. Expand the Galactic Explorer. That's pretty much a standing order right there until it's finished. And then we shall have... Methera, gold and magnesium, that's not a bad idea. Talion, gold and ocean base, also not a bad idea. I don't think we really need to go back to alumni for a little bit. So we can take that off. But we're losing purpose. I mean, other than finishing all the fancy bases and stuff, this is never going to happen. This I think is just a lost cause, because that thing's made out of wood. Maybe if I run down those 2 tier 3, but I'm not really inclined to do so. I don't feel like there's anything exciting to do. But there's so many possibilities on these planets, right? The idea is, though, that there's no drive or need for me to go there. It's best to say, or it's safe, isn't it? Why endanger yourself unnecessarily? Except, maybe I want a summer house. Maybe I want a condo on Talion. I want to live by the sea. Alright. Well, that ocean base right there, that's going to be our goal. Not to mention, we should have enough Neo if it hasn't already been sucked into something else. Oh no, we're good. So let's grab some of this. 125 is exactly what we need, actually. So that works. And chuck that in there. Boom. Everything we need for our dive 1. Let's start production on that. It'll take 1 hour and 53, so I'll sleep on that. Alright. Great. We'll move. Oh, we're gonna have to. Alright, so there's another thing that we should consider. And that is swapping out the thrusters on the Hoplite for bigger ones. Specifically on the back, because it looks like it can handle 2L thrusters. So, place thrusters on Hoplite. Great. Alright, so a little bit of rearranging there. I feel like there's enough space in the back to do that. So we're gonna go with that. And what's our status with the factions? Friendly. The Xerax remain unfriendly. The Talon are simply neutral. I guess you can't please everybody all the time. I am concerned about the Xerax's insistence on using automated drones. Time to eat. There we go, good. It doesn't bode well for you know, life on our ocean planet. And that may cause some tensions. And I am now armed to the teeth. We have a Yellow Panther. And the Marauder isn't so bad. Although when we passed by those 4 buildings, those shields went down real quick. Are there tier 2 shields for small vessels? Or is it? Nope. No, there isn't. Okay. We may need to look into a combat vessel. A combat SV. I know I want to build the, what's it called? Their Inheritor. But the Inheritor is more of a luxury ship. That's going to go along with our luxury resort, you know, base on Talion. A Condor. We need something. I'm gonna have to do some research and look into the catalog, the Galactic catalog, to see if we can find any vessels of note. Vessels built for destruction. A small V to equal the Yellow Panther, but in the air. I've seen this in combat and it's suffered at the hands of less than stuff. However, there is a possibility of resorting to a capital vessel. and not waiting to finish the Galactic Explorer. For example, that's just a carrier. This is a battle cruiser. We could do that, but again, we're in need of all of that, and that puts us again in place, looking for gold and whatnot. I think it's better to focus on a cheaper, smaller, not necessarily disposable, but repairable. So some investigation is required. Some research is required, as they say. For now, though, the hibernation cycle must begin. I, as always, remind you to take care of yourselves and one another, and may the Force forever be in your favor. Commander Black, signing out.
Mission successful. Mission successful.